Standing by.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Complete.
Konnichiwa, ohayo gozaimasu, is your favorite superstar maniac, the multi-dimensional Tajikin Khaiden, a sentient star clustering VTuber, V-singer form. We are many cosmic minds combined to form a single entity on a higher plane of existence. Great to see you all, Taji Gang. At long last, we are back to F14, aren't we? You know, I put the little... So I'm taking further advantage of my sash thing. I just realized my black mage icon is moving like crazy. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That's a little bit better. I hate how the Dark Knight icon doesn't move the same as the others. Either they all move the same way or they all not move the same way, you know? I can't... Oh, there we go. I think that's better. Yeah. They're all meant to be pinned a certain way. I wish they could be less floaty and more pinned to the clothing, so to speak. But... Huh, that kind of rhymed. Less floaty and more pinned to the clothing. There you go. Alright. But yeah. Good to see you all once again, Taji Gang, on this week of streams. We are returning to scheduled streams this week. And well, hopefully for the rest of the weeks continuing on. The only thing that could disrupt it right now, well, there's several things that can disrupt anything, but the main thing would be more internet issues happening. We've had at least one major internet issue happening on each stream. Not enough to break it in just for like... Yeah, for example, a couple days ago in Pokemon Violet, complete disconnection, but it only happened for a couple minutes, and that's nothing in the grand scheme of things of a 5-hour stream. But yeah, we did the final gym and the final Titan and the final Star Crew. That's a big deal right there, are you kidding me? So yeah, we've done great things so far, Taji Gang. And so let's continue doing them. This has been long overdue. Yeah, pretty much the same thing we did before we went on this unintended hiatus. Still continuing with the Stormblood post content, the Aether Currents. You know, I was hoping to get done with all of the Stormblood post content before July 1st, and then we start Shadowbringers on July 1st or so, because that will be now the 3rd anniversary of when I first started playing this game. But yeah, July 1st is a Tuesday. We're not streaming that day, except on the TSG Dimension, but that's another thing entirely. But yeah, no, I'll be busy with other things that day, but yeah, that'll be the day. Or some day around that, right? It doesn't have to be the date itself, but yeah. Yeah. And stay tuned for what the schedule for this coming week is going to be. Probably very similar, though some differences. I mean, from what I'm seeing, I don't see how it would be different than this week. I do mean to have both Wednesday and Thursday streams return. Like, I want to be back on Wednesday with some streams, but not this coming week. I don't think so. And yeah, the icons I have here: Black Mage, Astrologian, Dark Knight, Monk. The 4 combat classes I have right now. So just you can know what rotation I have available for things to do, depending on what it is still. Astrologian and Dark Knight, I'm not comfortable doing new group content with that. Unless you're all on the same page as me, unless there are no unknown players. Like, you're all... Everybody who's on the party with me is watching the stream, or at least knows I'm streaming because they know... Okay, I know that Khaiden Tejigan is this VTuber that's, like, doing this on stream for the first time. And, like, I'm also so rusty right now. Yesterday I was able to go into the game. Don't worry, I have launched it. I have not touched it all this time. I'm very rusty. But yesterday I was able to go into the game and, like, update the launcher, everything, all the updates that needed to be done, you know? It was like a gigabyte or so. It's always more than they tell you, I think. Especially with MMOs, but we got that updated. I did like 2 roulettes, 1 alliance raid as Black Mage. Ended up being Labyrinth of Ancients, so the easiest one, arguably. And I would say maybe Circus Tower is easier than Labyrinth of Ancients in some ways. But anyway, and I died a couple times, like I still screwed up, like... There's that moment you have to get behind rocks to protect yourself, right? I did it right the first time, then the second time I didn't notice the rocks. Start running towards them, too late, I died. That sort of thing. And then I did 1 leveling roulette as Monk. Didn't do anything as Dark Knight or Astro. Astro is the one that I'm the rustiest with. Hey, I am the stars in the sky. I don't need to read the stars when I am the stars, right? There you go. There you go. We are the star systems that you read in the sky. But yeah, I'm still planning to go for a 5th one because I want to have every role. Because it's different than the Trinity of MMOs, right? DPS is divided into 3 roles, which are further divided into 5 different armor types when it comes to the stats and, well, appearance for that matter. But I'm not gonna go that far. See, I already have my mannequins in my apartment to cover that. Fashion fantasy has still been a huge reason why I did this. Yeah, the start of unintended hiatus has been kind of for a while. It started with me getting obsessed with FF14 in this way, and yeah, I leveled up Monk off stream. The same has been going on with Archer, which I already have at the point in which I can turn it into a part. I just haven't started that yet. And then crafting classes. I still wanted... So, Armor, Leather Worker, Botanist, that's not crafting, but it's worth mentioning. I still wanted to pick up both Weaver and Alchemist. I was like, oh, I'll choose only one, but I don't know. But yeah, let me see this maintenance. June 23, 11 p.m. to June 24, 3 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Alright. That's tomorrow either way, I think. Well, alright. You know, I haven't actually, like, launched the game on stream in a while either. Hopefully, things are not wonky or something. I'm gonna zoom myself out a little bit here, just so we can have the class icons, well, job icons, I should say, be a bit more visible. Yeah, there we go. Eventually, we want to have a 5th one. I could take it further and also put the crafting ones and all that, but they're not as relevant for the stream. See, I'm doing it for the visuals, but I'm also doing it because I want to show, hey, if you're wondering what classes this streamer plays, what jobs, boom, here's their icons. If ever we somehow play another MMORPG, I'll have to see if they have class icons that I can use for that. You know, man, so many things to talk about. Like, I went back to the Star Wars journey that had hit a roadblock because I never did complete Knights of the Old Republic 1, right? We finally did that recently on the stream, and I'm going to start Knights of the Old Republic 2 off stream, which I hope is okay, Tachi Gang. No. We're giving priority to other things. Also, the response I'm seeing from viewer metrics and numbers and things like that, right? I think it's okay. And by the way, this is the Maniac Manor outfit. Not as fun as I thought it would look. It's all over the place, it's chaotic as it should be, but yeah. Also, we can pause the music now. Yeah. Still having sound issues in that. Not issues, rather. I make it sound like we're having glitches with the sound or something. No, well, I mean, well, that's another story, but no, I mean that I still can't regulate volumes of things properly. I wonder if I'll just do it eventually, you know, just do desktop audio and give it the, desktop audio is what I use for this right now, but like, give it that filter where, the limiter filter. Also, this is the Hawk Manor outfit, but you know, the regular version, not the hard version, the one that actually was named Maniac Manor in the quest where you acquire it, and the reason why I keep calling it that, and why I say it's my place and everything. But yeah, like I ended up getting it all together because I kept all those pieces. I wanted to put together the outfit at least once, and I ended up doing it for Archer, and I'll eventually be Bart. Then we'll eventually wear something different. Yeah, I'm not even wearing whatever is the headset for that. I probably saw it and I wasn't very impressed, and I went for whatever is the best for stats. Weather ring, okay, we can wear that. But oh yeah, the portrait, and yeah, we have all the portraits set up. Wait, let me see. This is where we see that. Yeah, we did something nice with the Archer portrait. Monk, I may still change that pose. This looks nice with the well, relic weapons, we can call them, relic-ish weapons, or the things that the relic weapons are based on, or I forget what it was. I've forgotten some things that I was getting into, some grind, and I mean, I got myself the Stardust Rod ARR relic. I haven't gotten the later tiers of that, but I don't need them. It's fine. I'll eventually get to them if I'm like, let's take some extra time to do this in FF14 out of the many things there are to do in FF14. And I mean, FF14 is not my entire life, believe it or not. Though it kind of feels like it could be. It's a sort of game that would do that to you. Black Mage looks so great with this outfit. It's not specifically for this outfit, but I love how my face is partly shaded, I was gonna say. Not shaded, but hidden. That's the word. Astrologian, yeah. This could look better, could look worse. I'm not a fan of it with this outfit as much, or rather the veil. The veil face mask, let's call it. Like, doesn't look as good here as I thought it would, but yeah. I was doing decently as Dark Knight tank, you know? As long as I was familiar with the layout, I was really just doing main scenario. Before I took this unintended absence, and I ended up getting rusty and all that. And yeah, hopefully we don't have any unexpected crashes with F14. They were happening, and I wanted to keep doing different classes, you know? Since I want to, like, shake off the rust with Astro at least a little bit, I'm gonna go for Astrologian, this beautiful outfit that we're wearing. And both of them had a nice hat right there. It's all about that hat, huh? Yeah, if we ever have another stream where we're focused, job quests are gone in the future, but I'm only gonna have one of each role, so when I do magical DPS quests, or well, first they're gonna be DPS, then they're gonna be magical range DPS, I think, something like that. When I do those, I can wear the hat, like, you know, my VTuber self. More accessories, it's fun stuff to do. It was fun to wear those glasses for date everything, you know? And then a couple days ago, for Pokemon Violet, yes, we were using the badges. We'll use them again. The next stream, if everything goes to plan, you know, we'll be doing the... Not in this order, just in the order I'm remembering, but fighting Cassiopeia, the leader of Team Star. Hopefully that was not a spoiler. Fighting the Elite Four and Champion. The Champion assessment that makes me hate Rika. Since I already know something about the way she is in that assessment that makes me hate her guts. I'll finally address that. If it goes to plan anyway. And then whatever happens after the Path of Legends with the Titans, because that's the one I don't know. I know what happens after that, but it may be related to it. That's all I'm gonna say, for now. We'll save it for the next Pokemon Violet stream. It was a nice 5-hour affair. Today might be a long stream too like that, or it may not be. We'll see. At the very least, so, just for those who don't know what it is we've been doing here. Questinsanity. Side quest mania. We've been calling it Questinsanity because it's been... So I've been doing the other current quests so that I can get free flight everywhere in the Stormblood areas. However, they tend to be tied to a quest line, a chain of quests. I do all of them, but guess what happens with them sometimes? They are also related to another quest line. Sometimes you need to do both quest lines to get the final quest in a quest line, something like that. Well, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. And even those that don't start with an either current quest, like, as long as they're related to them, that's it. And I mean a direct relation, like, you know, you need to complete one quest in each quest line to go for the next one in this quest line. I don't mean that, oh, they mentioned this character and they appear in the other quest line, but otherwise no connection. No, we're not going that far, because already this is taking us quite far. So all areas have had varying lengths of them. Some of them didn't really have any other side quests, just the either current quests. Yeah, the logs, for example, there were only the 4 either current quests, and that was super straightforward. But here, the peaks is the one that's the most numerous and the most time consuming. That being said, I will first do the blue either current quests themselves, and then we'll continue the quest lines. That's kind of the plan. And so while I keep doing the quest lines, I already have all the either currents. I already have the either currents themselves, by the way. It's just the quests we're doing, Tachi Gang. But even though I've already done the either current quests and I can fly there in the peaks, we continue doing the other ones. We don't want to leave them unfinished like this. That being said, we may not do all of them today. If we don't do them all today, they'll continue on the next stream. But then we'll also do other things on the next stream. For F14, that is. And we'll see. Don't you worry. We will get to 4.3 at last. That's the next thing we need to get to. And like, they're finally going to release patch 7.3. I think 7.25 was the last one, the latest one. Well, that's kind of some good, what's the word? Poetry right there. Not 7.3, but 4.3 that we're doing. And then 4.4, 4.5, the 2 parts. Then finally Shadowbringers, which I'm gonna try to see if I can do the either current quests like at a point in which it makes sense in between the main scenario quests instead of leaving them for later like this. The either currents themselves, though, I'll keep doing that off stream, like attuning to them. That's okay. But yeah, hopefully by the time we finish the last quest in 5.0 Shadowbringers of the main scenario, we also have done all the either current quest lines, or most, if not all of them. Like the blue quests themselves, but also the quest lines. Yeah, come to think of it, I think we still had the Doma Castle. No, not Doma Castle. Kugane Castle dungeon to do. That's gonna be pending as well, and I forgot. And good that I remember now. You know what else I wanted to dedicate a stream to? You know what else I wanted to dedicate a stream to? You know what else? You know what else? You know what else? You know what else? You know what else I wanted to do? I wanted to do a Eureka stream, and then I keep doing Eureka off stream, and then whenever it's time to get back to it, because there's a new quest with new plot lines and stuff. Yeah, I wanted to do. Then we do it, and like something like that was the idea. What do you think, Tachi Gang? Should we do that? I don't know. I may still do it. I don't know. I don't know. For now, let's go on. Let me reposition myself here. No, wait. This doesn't work. Let's zoom out a little bit. So I don't cover that much of the screen either. Yeah, this is good. Oh, actually, this zoom in is good. I should save it. Oh, no, wait, nah. I'm not saving it because I might have different, like, batches on my sash thingy, sash strap thingy. I need to find a good name for it instead of calling it that all the time. Anyway, let's do Gold Saucer stuff first because I haven't touched the game in weeks. Maybe over a month by now. And so I have expired tickets. Let me get new tickets. Well, might as well do the daily one. Don't worry, I'm not gonna get distracted with a gate or something. Unless it's Air Force One, but I don't think so. A gate just started a minute ago, I think. But let's go for the daily one. The daily Cacpot, I mean. You know, it's gonna be great when I finally get Bard to catch up, because then, apart from Sprint, I'll always have... what's the word? Peloton. Though we now have Jog when your Sprint runs out, but Peloton is still super helpful. Yeah, I'll need to get reacquainted with Archer gameplay as I begin the first bar quest and all that. I'll continue doing that off stream. I hope it's okay, Tachi Gang. One day we'll re-experience them through New Game Plus, and I'll see how much I remember. Knights of the Old Republic, playing through that, I already played through it before, right? Except the final parts, but a lot of it I did forget. Hopefully, if I ever do stream KOTOR 2, it's not the first experience, but I like... Okay, whatever is the gate is already closed. It's probably not Leap of Faith. One of those with Yojimbo or... Oh, there it is, actually. Right here. What is it? Yeah, it's Anyway the Wind Blows. Anyway the Wind Blows or the Slices, right? I would have loved to do Anyway the Wind Blows, but that's okay. Anyway the wind blows. makes me want to sing Bohemian Rhapsody. Alright. So, with this being said, let's do a random number first, then today's date. It all depends on your time zone maybe, but I'll go for June 22. What should we do for the final number? What do you think? Patch 7.25 was it that just released? Perhaps we should do 0725. I don't know. I'm trying to think of another number that would be significant for me in some way. That would make sense. Some things we've done lately, some things... 10 for the 10 Violets, Pokemon Violet streams we've done so far. If things go a certain way, we could maybe wrap it up at 15 streams. It's probably going to be longer than that, though. Oh yeah, and also, I want to take the final classes and final exams in between all those other final things we're going to be doing, so... Number 11 still can promise to be a very big deal. And then after that, number 12 post-game content. Number 13, question mark, and then 2 streams each to take care of each DLC. 17 streams or something like that, I don't know, but yeah. I see other people stream it and they're like done at 7 streams, but I think it's always because they don't face as many other trainers, or they don't do the thing where I go talk to the trainers after the battle is over, because what the hell is wrong with the world that the majority actually don't do that? Like, even if you're not streaming, people apparently don't talk to the trainers after beating them. You gotta see the dialogue, man. What's going on with that? What is that madness? Anyway, what should we do for the final number? 0725, let's just do it. I think that was the latest patch, right? 7.3 is not out yet. Wouldn't we have had Moogle Treasure Trove? Yeah. 7.2.5, you might say, or however you want to say it, but it would be a Moogle Treasure Trove. Well, I mean, I've been so out of the loop, I have no idea. They could have been, and I just didn't know. Anyway, to the peaks. To the peaks we go. There's 2 locations we can go to. Oh yeah, there's also, oh my god, yeah, I'm based out of the loop. Ally societies, like, I eventually wanted to do the Namazu. Another reason why we need to do a lot of these, and I need to get Botanist to level 70. That's the closest I got to 70 out of gathering and crafting. But for crafting, the closest is armor, and we need to pick up the pace a little bit. But when it comes to crafting and gathering classes, they're much faster to level up, depending on how you're doing it, maybe. 13 levels left for armor. What I wanted to do was hopefully, and this, I'm not taking my time intentionally, but if I am going to take time between FF14 streams, I figured that I might as well get Bard to level 70. We got Monk, but then Bard, right? So then we can have choices between classes. I'm doing group content for the first time, let's say. Okay, let's have 3 DPS choices then, because I'm not gonna be a healer or a tank for that most of the time. Of course, if it's duty support with NPCs, I'm comfortable being anything. If anything, you might be better off as a tank right there. You get to decide how the pulls are done without much danger to yourself. You know, if you're gonna pull enemies, for a moment you're gonna receive damage before the NPC tank takes their aggro, right? Anyway. Yeah, I gotta get reacquainted with many of the things I was doing. I need to keep more notes of the games I'm playing. Like, I have some of them here and there, but yeah. So, the 4 blue quests we're looking for are called Saint Sayer, A Hunger for Trade, Out of Sight, closing up shop. Out of Sight, no, A Hunger for Trade is the only one that doesn't have a quest line afterwards. After Saint Sayer, there are 4 quests. And one of those leads to another quest in another quest line, I think. Oh, and it's a... Wait. Yeah. And it's completely side quests for that quest line. None of them is blue. Mother's Boy, Fallen Friend of Mine, and Honest Day's Work. It ain't much, but it's honest work. That's the names of the quests that start them. Yeah, Saint Seiya is right here. That's gotta be a reference to Saint Seiya, right? Whoever localized this, whoever translated this, they knew how it would sound when you say it out loud. Saint Seiya. Saint Seiya, FF14 Stormblood. Saint Seiya, we're doing side quest insanity. Saint Seiya, all for the sake of the stream. Saint Seiya, either currents will complete them. Not too shabby for some ad-libs right there. But yeah. I'm looking at my notes right now, in case you can't tell. This is off-screen as well, because I wrote them down. These are like fun notes to write down. I get minor spoilers by seeing the quest list and everything, but man, I like it. I like doing lists. Actually doing anything with those lists is another story, so... The fact that we're doing something, right? And like I wrote this in a cute pocket-size notebook, and... I'm hoping to do it with Shadowbringers, but the quests may be super numerous. Still, it's like... If I didn't have enough dopamine from the game itself for completing the quest, here's some more dopamine, I guess. Completion, achievement. I become a bit more obsessed with achievements. A bit more. More like the visuals for those achievements. After figuring out a new spin for the sash strap thingy I'm wearing, right? Sounds kind of weird saying it like that. Let's call it the sash thingy. But you know... where I have the class icons as badges. It's one thing when you have Ash Ketchum, right, in the Pokemon anime. He opens his jacket or vest or whatever it was, and then you see the badges. You have Gary, his rival. He has over 10 badges or who knows what in Kanto, in a case. But you still don't see them at all times, like the trophies they are, like the achievements they are, to show how glorious you are for beating those gyms and all that. With me, you see them at all times. Well, I gotta zoom out more in some cases, but you see them like this right here. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. And well, when it comes to the stream, you can also have an overlay where you show them, right? I may still create a more custom overlay for Pokemon Violet. Hey, better late than never, right? To show the party. Especially if there will be more changes than I realize when we get to the DLCs. But yeah. It figures into this too. Gotta showcase the badges like that. And yeah, the achievements, let me see where we can find the achievement window. Here it is. I took a look at them. And well, you know, they gotta save resources. They're not gonna do a unique icon for every single one of them. For example, everything that's free birth is the same icon here. But they're nice. Makes me want to download their PNGs. They're probably there in the FF14 wiki. And do something. I could maybe do, you know what I could do? I could maybe do, I don't know. Try some filters in Photoshop or something. We've tried them plenty of times for previous thumbnails, come to think of it. In case you notice, like, what did you do right there? Kai, what? Are you actually like a graphic designer? Were you able to do that yourself? Did you commission someone? Nah. Or did you use a cheap Photoshop filter? Yes, I did. Or well, nothing cheap about it. I mean, they're good. Maybe I'm not using them in the best way. That's what makes it seem cheap sometimes. Sometimes I'm unsure about some thumbnails. But yeah. Also, for the thumbnail for this stream, if you're watching on the Tajigan Archives YouTube channel, you saw it. Well, hopefully I have added the thumbnail if you saw it. But also, you know, if you're watching here on Twitch, Tajigang or VOD Gang, if you're VOD Gang, you saw that I'm one of the, what is it, 3 people maybe on Twitch that actually creates thumbnails for the VODs and all that. Especially now that we have less storage for VODs, at least for highlights. But I do it to keep the practice. Graphic design is not my passion, though I wish it would be, but so I do my best with it, so like, we gotta keep the skills sharp, right? And it has become fun in many ways. I do need to pick up the skills, though. Need to improve them more, but... yeah. To keep the skills sharp, and since I do them as announcements for social media, so they're more visually... what's the word? Eye-catching. So they're more eye-catching. Does the algorithm you gotta work with images, or something like that? Emoji, images. Trying to get better at those, aren't I? And so I create these images as announcements. It just takes a little bit more modifying, especially with PSDs, to just make it into a thumbnail, right? So that I remove the part that says Khaiden Tajigan in the Twitch icon, so you see my Twitch channel is called Khaiden Tajigan, just like this, like pretty much everywhere I am, and everywhere you can find me. The only thing that's not called like this right now is the Tajigan Archives, which is also its own separate YouTube channel from the main Khaiden Tajigan channel because it's the VOD Archives and all that. Anyway, let's slow down a little bit. You ADHD maniac. I'm talking to myself. Nah, I'm talking to all of you as well, Tajigan. But yeah, let me slow down a little bit. But yeah, what was I saying? What was I saying? Thumbnails and blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. Like, the other thing that's easy to remove is the thing that says live June 22, Sunday, 12 p.m. Central, or that part wouldn't really figure in the thumbnail for what is going to be a VOD, right? So no. On the Tajigan archives, which I haven't still announced anything formally yet for that, I need to start organizing them because initially I was uploading one at a time, and only when it got finally uploaded would I upload the next one. Because otherwise, some of them are gonna be different sizes, and so even if I do it in a certain order when I'm bulk exporting them, whichever one gets processed first by YouTube is the first one that gets actually uploaded. So they wouldn't be chronological. But then it was taking me forever, and I was not going to be able to catch up to the deadline in which highlights, you know, past streams, stuff like that was going to be deleted. Not past VODs, but highlights, even if they're like a whole stream. If you wanted to do it that way, which I kind of did, but anyway. Yeah, they would be deleted. So I wasn't going to catch up to the deadline, so I started exporting them in bulk. 10 videos per day, I think, is the limit. We found out the hard way. We got them all. Like, there's still gaps in between, but there's the gap. But those are the gaps that were there before because I didn't even get to back them up before. I hate that they've been lost to the sense of time, but such is the nature of this job, you might say, occupational hazard, when you create so much content. It's like Doctor Who lost episodes, you might say. I like to think of it that way. But. It's also because some of them I couldn't export to YouTube directly. I needed to download. Either because I need to cut a part of it, you know, maybe some music or whatever. And, well, I can let YouTube just detect that and I'll tell it, okay, no worries, block it. Block it where you need to block it before I tell you to edit this. Either cut this out or now they have a feature, I think it uses AI, but I think it's a usage of it, all things considered, where they remove the audio themselves or they can mute the whole thing. Okay, let's do that, fine, it's okay. Or they were a video that was over 12 hours long, and I wish Twitch would offer the feature to do it yourself, to edit it, without doing a highlight out of it. Like, you export it like that. They give the feature to do it in 15-minute segments, which is what you get when you don't get your account. What was it, verified? Or it's not verification anymore. It's another thing before verification that allows you to have longer videos. And yeah, verification is a different thing now on YouTube, I think. But anyway. Pardon me, kind of clear my throat a little bit. I'm also having some coffee. I know. All the voice work I do, whether it's singing or streaming, or I gotta try to get more into voice acting and all that. I just don't have the best environment, you know? It's one thing to use filters on the stream and all that, when there's also background audio like this and all that, but then when I do recordings, there may be background audio, right? But otherwise, yeah, we gotta get more into that. Great to see you, Mist. Good to have you here. I'm just yapping before I actually get to the gameplay as usual. Yeah, nothing has changed, has it? Good to be back. But anyway, yeah. You're not supposed to be drinking stuff like coffee, but it helps me, And then tea also. Out of the two, I would argue maybe coffee is the worst one when it comes to like making your voice be weaker, so to speak. Let me know if you need help for sure. I think all we're doing is single player with these quest lines, no group content. You never know though. Let's finally start one of them. Saint Seiya. Saint Seiya. Na 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 na. Alright, speaking of voice work, let's give this a try. Fancy yourself as our village savior, do you? If you truly mean what you say, I have a mind to introduce you to someone. His name's Sayer. Used to be one of the quarry's finest workers, he did. He keeps fighting the good fight to restore Alagana to its former glory, but I do worry about the toll it must be taken on a man of his years. Have a chat with him if you're interested in helping. And let's remember, this is all. There's Melody Light Hope. Good to see you here too. Mist. There we go. And let's pay attention to the blue quests. We can also keep acquiring them. And actually, I'm going to acquire this side quest here because it's part of what we're doing. Don't worry, we're not going to do every single side quest. No. But it's part of what we're doing. But yeah, let's remember, this is all supposed to be taking place within 4.0 for the most part. So, let's continue with that in mind. It ain't much, but it's honest work. First thing I keep thinking about every time I see this quest name. Would you be up for doing some heavy lifting on my behalf? One of the wheels came clean off my cart the other day. You'll find 4 sacks up in the storage area. Give them to my sister, Bent Front. She works at Byron's Bread. Bent Front. I wouldn't be sure I heard the name right or how to spell it. It's simple, but it's also complex with the weird sounds it makes. if I didn't see it written. Like, I wouldn't know if I didn't see it written. Anyway. Right, this is all for an honest day's work. Saint Seiya, let's do that first. We should prioritize the Aether current quests, because then we can keep flying. And then we do all the others. I just keep thinking of all the monk quests when I come to this area. We're back here. We're back here. What does the Saint Seiya have to say? Pegasus Fantasy? Is that what you have to say?
Thank you for coming. I'm still waiting for a few more of the villagers to arrive. The old bugger is treating us to another one of his speeches, I see. How long do you plan to continue living in abject squalor, I ask you? It's high time we brought back the quarry that once made me proud to hail from Alagana. Some of you may be too young to remember, but the quarry used to mean everything to this village.
Bloody hells, when is this old cut you're going to stop harping on about the good old days? Time you open your eyes, you daft bugger. Time's long since passed when we could sell the stone here for a decent amount of gil. It's about time you face the facts. There's no coin to be had sweating away your life in some bloody quarry. I'd be better served going out and hunting my own food.
Just hear me out! If you give up on the quarry, then you'll be giving up on the village itself! Even the hardest of rocks will break if you keep chiseling away at it. Life's the same.
Grandfather, that's enough. I can tell you now that no one here would claim to be happy with their lot, but there's nothing that can be done. You remonstrating with everyone is hardly going to do any good.
Svetlov. Well, what do you bloody expect with that attitude? No one's going to work to improve things when even my own granddaughter has next to no motivation.
There's a reason you don't see much quarrying going on anymore. There's no demand for it. We can get by just fine with the stones we gather in the past and those we salvage from ruined buildings. Prosperity doesn't lie in wait for us at the quarry. Only monsters. It's about time you realize that we're lucky just to be alive these days. Come on, grandfather. Let's go home. You know, as part of returning to my Star Wars journey, I listened to the first part of The Old Republic Revan. It's a book, but you know, the audiobook. Listening to audiobooks again is also helping me remember what is good to bring to the table when it comes to reading these things. Just listening is not enough, of course. I need to watch videos. I don't have the money to afford classes for this sort of thing, voice acting and all that, though I want to one day. Same for singing. But no, we gotta keep saving for the PC upgrades. Still gotta go for that. But a lot can be picked up on free resources like that. And well, you know, it's a VOD, I mean, it's a video. It won't be customized to your needs. That's what it is like when you get into any voice work or things like this, right? It's one thing to learn a cooking recipe and follow a video. Okay, but voice work, or classes of any sort. I would argue, like, if you're learning a language, it's better, of course, if you have a customized experience, one-on-one with a teacher or even in a group class. Then the teacher adapts to your needs. You know, stuff like that. But then learning math. Okay, that's one thing. There's different methods, but it's a lot you can get without actually having a live teacher, arguably. Learning a language, still a lot you can do. But then learning voice acting, learning acting, getting better at singing, learning it. That's one where it's less optional and more needed, more necessary to actually be talking to a person rather than just watching their video, right? Or reading their tutorial, which is still great, by the way. I prefer written tutorials than videos, but I digress. So it becomes more difficult, but there's still a lot you can pick up from it. There's a couple of great channels that were teaching great singing techniques that I need to get back to. Anyway.
Blasted girl understands nothing. Cause everything's going to seem pointless if you're only sleepwalking through life. And who the hells are you anyway? I ain't doing this for your amusement.
Somebody was concerned about you.
I'm indeed the sayer you speak of. Ragamfrid sent you my way, you say? Khaiden, was it? So you're the lad we have to thank for saving Rare Krata. I can tell you more fire in your belly than this entire village.
I'm trying to remember who that was, but it's just what we were doing to save everyone. This is a level 61 quest. It could even be happening before the whole massacre with Xenos happened at Ralgos Reach, right? Yeah, I think.
Perhaps you'll be able to see that I'm not as crazy as these buggers think me.
Bunch of buggers everywhere. Bugger. Bugger, 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 bugger you, bugger that. It's just a fun word to say. Anyway.
Alagana owes everything to the quarry. The stones we extracted were solid and pleasing on the eye to boot. We even supplied the stone used to build the palace. Ah, those were the days. It was the Imperial invasion that changed everything. Those bastards thought stone structures barbaric, favoring their cold, tasteless metallic buildings instead. They say they look civilized. Don't make me laugh. The final blow to our way of life came when Garlemald began recruiting our youth for their own army. We lost just as many to the rebel cause. When no one left to tend to the quarry, it slowly fell into ruin and is now overrun with beasts. The few of us that remain have been left to eke out a living using any means we can. I swear on Ralgar's very name, if we could just take back the sleeping stones, this whole village would bring with vitality again. I just need something that proves the beasts are gone from the quarry. Then the villagers will surely see fit to help me restore it to its former glory. I know this is a lot to ask of a complete stranger, but it's not as if I'm spoiled for choice right now. Would you be able to rid the quarry of those damn monsters and bring me back 2 Urlit soulstones? I'll forever be in your debt.
Need to attune that all-man voice a little bit. It figures a bit into the voice I use for dwarves in Lotro, or really anywhere.
At your service and your families.
But it's not supposed to sound old. So sometimes it sounds a bit too youthful. I need to sound more old. It was an old Sith lord that Drew Carpishin voiced there on the audiobook of The Old Republic Revan. I was trying to remember how he did it, but can't remember exactly. See, I only did part 1 before moving on to Knights of the Old Republic 2, which I'm going to do soon because part 2 takes place after Knights of the Old Republic 2. It was great though because Lord Scourge played a prominent part in that book and we had him in Star Wars The Old Republic. It's already great to see the connections and everything about Vitiate, the Emperor, and the many names he has. It's fascinating how far back that goes. That is all I'm gonna say. For now, I wanna somehow create content based on my journeys that I've been taking. In case you're wondering what the places these journeys are meant to be, it's a super ambitious project. Some that have been going on for several years. I'm supposed to go back to doing it with Doctor Who, in which I go through the entire history of each of these franchises in chronological order, based on their media, that is. So, without going too hard with it, too haywire with it, like, you know, if there's a book that takes place over several time periods, I don't read just a part of the book, unless it's split this way, like The Old Republic Revan. Like, for example, there's gonna be a book later where it goes through generations of Jedi Masters and their Padawans. Like, it starts with Yoda and Count Dooku, then it's Dooku and Qui-Gon, then Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, then Obi-Wan and Anakin. I'm not just gonna read the Yoda and Dooku part, because it's way too split to do it like this, and then move on to the next media, and then I go back to the book eventually when it's time for Dooku and Qui-Gon. No. What I'm gonna do is instead read it at the time of Obi-Wan and Anakin and treat the other things as flashbacks, quote-unquote. Kind of like that. It's kind of something like that. It's on a case-by-case basis, depending on the medium. But yeah. I do it with Star Wars. It's based on Legends, though, because canon and Legends will be separate. And, well, eventually I'll do it with canon, supposedly. Somehow we could maybe mix both. There's some people out there that have done a project on a fan wiki. There's the Wikipedia, and then there's some Star Wars fan wikis where they're putting together the timeline, putting them together in a, let's say, a reading order. Timeline of Legends and canon media. Even if they clash and they contradict each other, there's a placement for them. So at the same time, we're seeing Kyle Katarn steal the Death Star plans and give them to the Rebellion. We're seeing Rogue One happen, where there's no Kyle Katarn anymore. There's just Cassian Andor. I need to watch that series. I've heard amazing things about it, but yeah, stuff like that, right? And then for Doctor Who, it's based on the Doctor's own personal timeline. There's timey-wimey stuff, but the Doctor does experience things in a certain order, starting from the first Doctor or so. And obviously, it's a very time-consuming thing, and it takes a while, and, you know, any media. I skip a few that are inaccessible. Doctor Who has a few comic strips that are, like, impossible to find nowadays, pretty much. I can skip those. But then, yeah, like, I try not to take my time with it too much, but also not rush through them either. Pretty much the same thing we do on the stream here, huh? I mean, I'm taking my time because there's all this yapping, but hey, we have a lot of things to catch up with as well from all these streams. We haven't been entirely without streams, right? We had Summer Game Fest recently. Some other sporadic streams here and there. Believe me, so many times I wanted to do, hey, here's like a surprise Guerrilla FF14 stream to address these either currents, something like that, but it just didn't get to happen. Things have been all over the place. My ADHD has been unmedicated. That is getting fixed now. For the most part. When it comes to medication like that, yeah, somebody with ADHD like me. It's kind of weird phrasing it this way, but I feel like I'm speaking for a nation of people or something, but I'm also speaking for myself, but we have to kind of get used to the fact that we may spend a while unmedicated. It's one thing to be unmedicated your whole lives, and then you get medicated again, and then you have to be unmedicated again. You would think you would get used to it because you were like this your whole life before you got medicated, if you were medicated from a young age or that. But then you got used to being medicated, so being unmedicated is weird. Yeah, sorry that was a bit redundant, but best way to phrase it. When I feel like I'm saying the same words over and over, I start kind of talking like that, like... Well, not just like that, there's many different ways I address it. Sorry, I'm just figuring out where to go here while I'm yapping also. Right, we keep climbing up. I can't fly! I can't fly yet, so yeah. That's why it may be better to do the other side quests that are related to it, but are still just side quests until later. This works though. It's so dark in here. I feel like I want to turn up the brightness. Can I get a torch crafted? Ah, wait, this ain't Minecraft either. I looked for Final Fantasy XIV Minecraft mods and I could barely find any. I couldn't find any. I found Final Fantasy mods, but no FF14 mods. Still wanted to put together some ultimate mod pack. You know, just putting a lot of things I'm into together and some other fun things. More biomes, of course, mini-maps, map, Xera's map and all that. But also on top of that have Sonic Craft, Sonic the Hedgehog, Doctor Who. Things that were official in Bedrock, but you know, the fan version. Because this is not Bedrock. And also things like Kamen Rider, Final Fantasy XIV, or at least just Final Fantasy. But there will be a lot of conflict between mods, and I'm still pretty new to that whole thing. New to Minecraft overall. So, yeah, it's not something that is going to be put together in 2 days, in 1 day, no. But hopefully I put it together. There's a lot of potential clashing. Like, there's a great Command Rider Craft mod, but for the version of Minecraft I'm using is not as well optimized, so it creates conflict. But then the other mods are not there in the other versions, where this mod is optimized. Like, damn it. Hey, you know what I can do if I want to mix Minecraft and Sonic? I can play Sonic Racing Cross Worlds eventually. Thanks for the lurk from the shadows, Mist. And anybody who's lurking, thanks for keeping up with my yapping. Whether you have it in the background or are more actively watching. No, let's get to the quest, shall we? What was the next thing we needed to do for Saint Sayer? The Tanarian limestone to Bent Frond. No, this is not... No, wait, this is an honest day's work. We obtained 2 Urlit Soulstones. Yeah, we go and, like, slay enemies there. Right. Makes sense that I would have to go and slay enemies for them. As for the other blue quests I wanted to acquire, they'll mostly be here, it seems. Let's see. A hunger for trade, out of sight, closing up shop. I see a hunger for trade here. This is out of sight, closing up shop. We go all over the peaks. The sooner we do at least the first in each quest line, the sooner we are able to fly. But then they're gonna be left in a cliffhanger. Most, if not all of them. That's why we continue the quest lines. I'm not gonna leave them in a cliffhanger. This one has a cliffhanger, I think. Ooh, bonus on that fate. Is there an event going on right now? Interesting. For now, let's go on. Yeah. Those journeys, you know, I was actually starting to do things like Reddit posts on a sort of side account I had, but I wanted to take it further. And because, you know what's the thing that kind of put a roadblock on the Doctor Who journey? The fact that I needed to create a next post before I moved on to the next, like, media. That need to do it, right? But it comes from a good place. I want this to be documented somehow. How many other people are doing what I'm doing? We need to talk about it. At the very least, writing about it, because video form, it takes more work and more time to do it, but it would be very worth it. But then also, you gotta niche down on your YouTube channel, blah, 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 blah. Like, I do this video of Doctor Who timelines and all that, and then I'm playing Pokemon Violet, like, It can be done, though, it can be done. But yeah. Then I want to keep focusing on Pokemon content, because I feel we have something great there, too, you know? So we're always doing streams based on Pokemon, and, well, most likely also they're a playthrough of the game. And I'm collecting the badges and showcasing them on myself like this. Like we're doing with the class icons here. But it's not just because of that. As I said, by the time I have every intention to do the other games, at least that came out on the Switch, and even all the other generations maybe. But we go for Pokemon Shield. I'm gonna go for that one because it's the one that has the Ghost Gym. Otherwise, I don't have a Ghost Gym available. No, I gotta talk to my boy Alistair. That's his name, right? In Galar. Not that I dislike Bia. He seems fun, I guess, but I gotta make a choice as Pokemon Shield for the Ghost Gym. And then, who knows what it is between Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Either one is fine. And then, maybe Let's Go Eevee. I ready to play Let's Go Pikachu before. But yeah. And that was not on stream, but Let's Go Eevee would be on stream. But I think by the time we finish Pokemon Violet, it won't be that long before Legend CA comes out, or it will already be coming out. So we just move on to that one. And in between, well, hopefully Pokemon Champions comes out. We can do all sorts of other things. We did do, you know, we did go through like an almost traditional Pokemon journey when we went through Pokemon TCG on the Game Boy. And that is, you know, on the Game Boy Online on the Switch, but you know, it's the Game Boy game. I gotta always specify it's the Game Boy game when I say Pokemon TCG, because it may sound like I'm talking about the TCG in general. Let's finally attack this enemy. I was just trying to remember what my best attacks would be. I'm rusty, so rusty with Astrologian. Let me see if I can buff myself with cards. And I'm not even gonna see which cards are best for which role. Like, I need to restudy that. Nah, I'm just gonna give whatever buffs I can give to the tank and the DPS or whatever. In this case, it's just myself, though, because I'm solo, though I could give bonuses to Cosmo. Cosmo is tanking for me, I think. Wait. What's the role I have for you, my dear Cosmo? How could I tell which one it is? Is it on Defender? Well, we never had it on Attacker, I can tell, but... we have 3 skill points. Okay, I'm not gonna touch that. Nah, I'm not even gonna look into this whole rank thing, and no. Now it's not the time. What stance are you on? This is the... Oh, it's a free stance. You know what? You should stay there. You should stay in that stance. Just in case. If we're constantly switching classes, I mean... Yeah. That's the way to do it. How can we be so sure this will really be devoid of enemies, though? I'll kill a few, but will that be enough? Well, that's why there's a whole quest line. I'll take that damage, whatever. Oh, we dodged that. Nice. Dark Blizzard 3! Ah, maybe I should have become a Black Mage so I can show you a real Blizzard. Dark Blizzard 3 sounds kind of cool, though. It's Blizzard, but it's dark. If Black Mage wasn't dark enough. Edgy enough, you might say. You want to get dark and edgy, get Dark Knight. I also have the class. Look, I'm multi-dimensional and all that. I'll be all about happy hype and happy times too, but then I can also be... I can have some goth and dark vibes as well. And my color scheme tends to reflect that, though not all the time. Especially when you have a nice bright star in there somewhere, right? But those vibes. This is what it's all about. This is why I'm just fanboying when we were playing through Shadow Generations and stuff. You know, I finally did delete it from my Switch, or rather archive it, because I needed space for Knights of the Old Republic 2. Haven't started it yet, but I'll start it soon. I'll tell you about my journeys there, I think. Oh, are we lagging? Okay, so the first internet issues are here. I hate that it was kind of inevitable. I'm gonna need it checked up again. I just keep harboring hope that it gets better, but yeah. It's really weird because on the TSU streams it's always so fine. And granted, those streams are always 2 hours long, which is not very long, but I mean, we've only been live for about 50-something minutes. I'll keep on the lookout for that. I've been taking it in stride well this week. Just seeing the hilarity of it all, but as long as it doesn't affect you all, Taj Gang, doesn't affect you all too much. It's just bad. It didn't used to be this bad. Like, I made a whole custom message years ago because, this feels like it's going bad, but looking back at it, it's been such a good service for years. And recently, so many months now, so long now, it's been shit. I don't know what the hell happened to my ISP, man. Or something in the infrastructure of where I live has burned. There's a Pikachu down there somewhere munching on a bunch of cables. I don't know. You know? There's gotta be an electric rat. That's why I'm saying Pikachu. Because we just made that joke also in the Pokemon Violet stream. But yeah, I've had tech visits already. They changed things. And my worst fears came true. You know what my worst fears were? That they would come and they would not find anything wrong. They couldn't find what the problem is, but there are problems. Like, there are problems. They could see it on their end too, you know, when I call the customer support person. But yeah, I'm gonna have to do it again. And they said special equipment would be needed or something. The thing is convincing them to do it, because I feel like if I request whatever that is, especially without knowing what it is exactly, I don't remember what a tech told me back in December, then yeah. Like the customer support person, it kind of feels like it's like when I ask for a manager, which I've never done, by the way. Like I get angry about these things, but I never reflect that on a customer support person. And also because 90+% of my interactions with them have been nice. Like they actually are nice enough. Even if they're just on script, I feel something genuine from them, or at least genuine enough. Even if they're just being, if you can tell they're overworked when you're talking to them. Like, you know, like, yeah, they're just going through the motions. You can hear it, or at least I can, at least, or I think I can. They're not being mean either. No, when you get somebody mean, somebody who's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What are you doing? Like, even to the point that's like, they're monitoring this call, you know? What are you doing behaving like this, dude? I'm talking nice to you. You're gonna get fired. And this is gonna be one of those times in which it's justified. What is wrong with you? Yeah, you can tell the difference when somebody in customer support is like that. But anyway, like, I feel like if you call for a manager, that's not something that just happens like that. It's not as simple as that. Like, it's not, okay, I'll transfer you. Like, depending on what it is, it's not, I can't just do that. Like, there needs to be this thing and that thing and that thing and other thing happening. And so I feel like it's like that if I request that, but I don't know. I'm overthinking it maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully it's just a few stray frame drops. I'll get rewards in Habitica if they reach certain numbers, I'll tell you that. Habitica has continued to be great, by the way. I do wish they would step up their game and make it greater than it is right now, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, we're reaching 1 hour of the stream. Gotta pick up the pace.
Nice to see you return. It'd be even nicer if you happen to be in possession of certain stones. Yes, this is exactly what I was after.
See, we have a bit of a dwarf voice to this. It makes sense because he's a miner. So he has a nice beard, and that works.
Let's waste no time in showing them to the others. It's been far too long since the last ray of hope shone into the villagers' miserable lives.
And see, that already gives me the ether current. I don't need to do the quest that comes after this, but look at the way it just ended. That's a cliffhanger. If I don't do them right now, you know when I'm gonna do it? Until I catch up with the current content beyond 7.2. Who knows what it's gonna be by the time I get there. And then I do the ARR side quests, Heaven's Door side quests, and then Starblood side quests, and then I won't remember what this is. Probably not. So, like, it's best to do them right now. I should prioritize first just doing the blue quest though, but okay. A little bit of a cliffhanger. Let me go on that 3-minute ad break that we need to keep doing, and I'll take the opportunity to stretch a little bit, buy a break and all that. Actually, yeah, let me get some more water. I don't drink water enough on the streams, since I'm such a maniac yapper. I might get a bit more coffee though, just a little bit more. But stay tuned, all right? As always, we'll be back, Taji Gang. Don't go anywhere, or do go somewhere, stretch and all that. But come back with us. We'll be right back. Omatase shimashita. Thank you for waiting. Taji Gang. Oh, let me do something here. Something I needed to double check on that scene. Okay. On that BRB screen, I mean. At the very least, let's pick up the quest to continue with the Saint Sayer here. I want to fly to the other places, or well, not fly, but teleport to them. I can't fly yet, that's why we're doing this. And pick up the first blue quests, and then we kind of do them all concurrently. Not the best way, not the worst way to do it either. And yeah.
Right, time to present these soul stones to the village. Let them know that the Sleeping Stones is ready to be restored. Although it's been quite some time since anyone here truly lent me their ear. Would you mind gathering the villagers for me?
They're not gonna respond well to that, but hey, the savior of the village, kind of, is telling you to go talk to the fellow. We have something nice to tell you. When it comes to the gameplay, right, the enemies just respawn. So what is it like in the lore of the game? Are they really implying that they are not there anymore? Who knows? I don't think so. What did you just say? Did my grandfather put you up to this? Ah, he sends me mad sometimes. My apologies that he bothered you with this, kind adventurer. Would you mind if I asked your name? Khaiden again. I don't mind. Well, Khaiden, you have my thanks for humoring the wild ramblings of an old man. I'll make sure to tell him again that he needs to stop bothering strangers with his fantasies. I'm guessing I didn't quite tell her that I wiped out the enemies, or... I didn't, I just beat 2 of them. There's still more, but... Let's see how that reflects in the quest dialogue, if at all. If it reflects at all, I mean. The query, sorry to disappoint, but I'm far from interested. There's no point placing the village's future in the hands of a dead industry. Honestly, how many people do you know that are desperate to get their hands on stone these days? Sayer's time would be better spent working out how to sell off all the leftover rocks we already have cluttering Alagana. Yeah, it's one thing to restore the quarry, but if there's no trading to be done with that, what's the point, right? They've adapted to a new way now, to the point that returning to the old ways is not going to give anything good to the village. So part of the questline will be to find someone who has some use of rocks. Man, if only we had Ulrich from Fields of Mystria here. Yeah, I do want to get back to Fields of Mystria. You know, some of those streams that I still wanted to do during that unintended hiatus. It wasn't meant to be a hiatus, it was meant to be kind of hiatus, but more like guerrilla streams is the way we're doing it. There's no schedule like this during that time, but streams are still happening. Not quite the way it went. Not quite the way it went. Very, very few streams we had during that time, but still. Fields of Mystria was one I wanted to do. Had it not been for Date Everything this week, I think I would have gone for Fields of Mystria for the Thursday stream. I don't know if we're doing Date Everything again next week. We might. We're still doing them in the TSC Dimension also. Some nice developments we did yesterday on that, but... we definitely will see Fields of Mystria back, at least for July, because a major update comes out. Have they set a specific date? Because they said late July, but they may have set a date by now. Give me a second. I actually want to check this quickly. I'm gonna open the Steam page, or the pages, for this. Yeah, they had the roadmap, right? No, they didn't say late July. They just said July. I don't know why I thought it was late July, but yeah. Fields of Mystria's third major update will launch in July. June is almost over and they haven't set a specific date, but that's okay. I was just wondering if they did because we're closer. Oh, there's a general feedback form. Ooh, I should talk there. How many hours do I have in Fields of Mystria? 97.7. Close to the big 3 digits, huh? Well, the big 100. No decimals when I say 3 digits. What's that? The old fart saying he wants to restore the quarry? Like I haven't heard that before. You might have been able to single-handedly take on a group of Urlits, but most of us aren't heroes of legend. What do you suggest we do should the beast return? Are you planning to give up adventurer and become the quarry's very own protector? Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. No, he has a good point. He's being kinda rude towards me, but nah. I don't blame him for feeling this way. Kinda rude, but I'm actually not bothered. But like, yeah. Okay, I said I would pick up the other blue quests and at least do them, but might as well continue here and see what happens. They're not interested, Sayer. I'm sorry.
Back from spreading the good word, are you? Cannot wait to see the looks on their mugs when they have a gander at these soul stones.
Only the granddaughter came. Grandfather, let's stop this, shall we? No one's going to come. You'd be better served heading home and having a nap.
You say I'm the one spouting nonsense. I know what this is. You banded together with all the others that think me mad, haven't you?
No, don't fight each other. How could you even think such things? I only have your best interests at heart, Grandfather. The fact of the matter is that you can query as much as you want. If there's no one willing to buy the spoils, then it's meaningless. You're not as young as you once were, and this fool Saren is doing your health no favors. I can't bear to watch you waste your life away any longer.
Fool, Saren! You considered it foolish to work towards a brighter future for Alagana? Khaiden, tell me, do you share my granddaughter's opinion? No need to hold back.
I'm somewhere in between. Sweat love. It's not sweet love, it's sweat. That sounds weird saying it like that, because, you know, S-W-E-T-E feels like I gotta pronounce it sweat instead of sweet, but it's kind of feel like it's meant to be sweet love. I don't know. Sweaty love. I'm gonna call her sweat love. It's just, it sounds sweaty. Just, my heart is sweaty. That sounds like love, though. That sounds like love right there. If your heart is sweaty, like you have a crush on someone, you're gonna get sweaty. You're gonna get sweaty around that someone you have a crush on. That's the way it works, I think. If we, the star cluster that took this human-ish form, understand humanity well enough. Anyway. I'm not gonna say Alagana's future lies in caring like that. Sweat love may be right, but she's not being nice about it, but it's also because she's getting desperate about her grandfather being this. You need to communicate better, both of you. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't know. I expected more from the man that saved Krata. I suppose it was foolish of me to think an outsider would understand what query means to Alagana. He's reacting as if I said I'm agreeing with her, but Listen. We all understand you're just trying to do what you think is best for the village. We do. But you're going to have to accept sooner or later that nothing lasts forever. I was a fool to ever even consider asking others for help. You can hardly expect your words to mean anything to those who live without hope. Yes, it's up to me to show you all how it's done. He's not gonna give up. I'm a healer, I can watch over him. Why does he have to be so thick-headed? It feels like every interaction we have nowadays inevitably ends in a row. He has this nasty tendency of refusing to speak to me for hours after a fight as well. I'm truly sorry to involve you in this, but do you think you could talk to him in my stead? Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm involved. You're not involving me. I'm involved. Out of my own choice. Don't worry. I got you covered. I am a healer by choice, you know. I was gonna be a healer one way or another, as we're picking up every role. But then, Astrology, and I had to pick up this class. I didn't pick it up because it was healer, I picked it up because it was Astro. But eventually I was gonna have a healer class, like... In every MMO I should do that, right? If it's one of those where you can have multiple classes with one character. Jobs in this case, but you know, classes. Yeah. And I'm an alcoholic anyway. See, when I get back to the Old Republic as part of my Star Wars Ultimate Journey and whatever, I'm gonna benefit from that alcoholism. I'm gonna have to create the characters that gain and re-experience their story. They could really benefit from a New Game Plus feature if they don't have that, which I think they don't, but I could create them in other servers. Kind of. I mean, for all except one character, so 7 out of 8, I only got through the first planet, and we didn't go any further. Since it was very ambitious to keep doing it on stream. I mean, already F14 consumes so much time, right? But, yeah. Let's talk to Sayer here and continue this. But yeah, I digress. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to this. That girl makes me wonder if I too spouted so much gibberish at her age. He's steak-headed for sure. Come to hear a story, have you? Oh, I'll tell you a story, my friend. I'll tell of a time when the query was the heart of Alagana. Yes, those were the days. It didn't matter how long you spent querying away. There was always more stone to be cut, and people willing to pay for it. The industry supported many a family, let me tell you. There were even some days when I'd take the cold, hard floor of the quarry as my bed, instead of going home. Why, the only thing keeping me going half of the time were the work songs we used to sing. Ooh. I can teach you some sea shanties you can bring into it. You're not on the sea, but it works. By Ralgar, that's bloody it! If the villagers hear those work songs once more, they're sure to change their minds about the quarry. But you're glad you're here to see the very moment I save our village from ruin? He's a bit, He's also a bit in over his head about this, but okay. He's that kind of character. It's kind of funny. Far from being the only character we found, we've encountered that's like this. Finish coming to terms with just how inspired my new plan is. Anyone that's held a hammer and chisel knows the wonders a good work song can do. I agree. After you've been singing for a while, your swings start to match the song's rhythm, and everything falls naturally into place. You can work for hours and hours without even realizing it. Yeah, I should remind myself of this. Nowadays, you know what people do? They listen to music in their earphones and headphones and all that. No such technology exists here in Eorzea, old man. I would say the future is now, old man, but not here. Not quite. But singing, I mean, you can still sing along to it a lot, right? Or whistling to it, humming to it. It's very normal. That's why sea shanties exist. It's gonna get very redundant and repetitive otherwise. So let's go. Oh, don't just hear the old man say, goodbye, fare ye well, goodbye, fare ye well. Oh, don't just hear the old man say, oh, me boys, we're homeward bound. Not gonna sing the whole thing, but you get the idea. That's my favorite sea shanty. All sea shanties I know is the Assassin's Creed version of them. From Black Flag and Rogue. But yeah. What's one of the most popular ones, then? Way, she rises, way, she rises, way, she rises early in the morning. But that's the Assassin's Creed version. The pace and the pitch. Then you have the... Because it's like a little tune in SpongeBob. Shoutouts to Sonic Racing Crossworlds, by the way. Where it's like... I couldn't do it justice, but we got close enough, I think. There you go. But yeah. I am so looking forward to SpongeBob playing Sonic Racing Crossworlds. I've been saying for a while now. Let's digress on this a little bit. We'll get back to the dialogue in a moment. I've been saying for a while, and I still hold this view even more so with this, but there's more to... There's a contrast to that viewpoint I have about the racing games of Sega. I think that instead of just focusing on Sonic, they should go back to doing it the way they did with the Sega All-Stars. They have the potential for a Smash Brothers, but for racing. But you know, they're doing it on their end. Like, they're competing so much with Nintendo like they've never done before since their console days, maybe. Arguably because those games will be on the Switch and all that, and crossplay is great, but then they're gonna give competition to Mario Kart, and I think Nintendo, I don't know if this was a rumor or it was actually true. I kind of read somewhere that they took long between Mario Kart 8 with all its DLC and all that, and this one that they released for the Switch 2. What was it called? Mario Kart World? No, I think it was something else, but... because they couldn't come up with new ideas for it. Because Nintendo is always going to obsess with having some new, innovative, reinvent the wheel, invent a new wheel thing, right? Well, that's why F-Zero is dead in the water, because apparently they can't come up with something new, which to me is just BS if they're doing these things for Mario Kart. But I don't know. But to an extent, you kind of gotta do that in video games, but I kind of disagree. But anyway. They finally came up with a new enough spin for Mario Kart. For me, just 24 players is enough. But okay, they gotta take it further because they got a Nintendo. Nintendo's got a Nintendo. I mean, the Switch 2 is mostly just an upgrade to the Switch. It's not really bringing anything groundbreaking and new. In my opinion, though I may be forgetting something, but... It's bringing things that is more like an expansion pack to the Switch, arguably. That's very arguable, though. That's very arguable. Switch 2, there's a reason it's called that way, though. They didn't look to go from a GameCube to a Wii. It's more like they went from a Wii to a Wii U. Well, not the best comparison. No. You know what the best comparison is? Instead of going from a GameCube to a Wii, they went from a DS to a 3DS. Yeah. Or from a Game Boy Color to a Game Boy Advance. That's what the Switch is to the Switch 2, kind of. That's the, what's the word? The something line? The streamline, the deadline? I forget what it was called. It was something that ended with line. But anyway. I'm going on tangents. What was I saying? Yeah, Sonic Racing Crossworlds. It already is kind of going in that direction with all the guest characters, right? Because Sega, I played those games. Would love to stream them someday again. It's been a while, but we streamed them once, I think. Sega All-Stars Racing Transform Collection, Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. Very weird names they gave them, but they were so great because they had all those characters from Sega. Like, without having to go through the paperwork and bureaucracy and all that of getting the copyright and getting all those other collaborations cleared, you already have so much within your own dimensions, within your own IPs. That's how Smash Bros. Started. And then look what it became for Ultimate, right? Well, apparently they are able to go beyond Miku, TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Persona. Well, no, Persona is Sega. At least it's Sega enough. No, Avatar, SpongeBob freaking SquarePants, Minecraft, and Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. This is going way beyond Sonic Racing at this point. And already is turning into that, right? And then, yes, on top of that, Yakuza, that's Sega pretty much. Persona, Sega pretty much. Atlus, whatever it is within Sega's IPs enough, I think. We still don't see the usual suspects we used to see in the previous games, right? Amigo, Samba de Amigo, Nights from Nights into Dreams, the Space Channel 5 girl, I forget her name. We now have Hatsune Miku. There's similarities there, but Miku is good enough, I'd say. I mean, it's Hatsune freaking Miku. Yeah, she's there in Fortnite. She's there in Sonic Racing Cross Worlds now. Are you kidding? I love this. Let's just have Miku everywhere. And Godzilla too, because apparently they show up together in the same games a lot. I don't know. But yeah. They already are kind of getting there. We had Wreck-It Ralph also on those very games I was talking about. Team Sonic Racing, okay, let's maybe keep it to only Sonic, optimize a few things there. But then let's make the next one not just be Sonic. So I was not disappointed to hear about Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, but I was hoping it would be more. And it is, not in the way I was thinking it would be, but I'm not complaining about this either. So yeah, collab. Don't rely only on guest characters though. Don't rely on just shocking announcements and the heat of the moment either. Like, ooh, SpongeBob, and then the novelty wears off. And no, make a good game too. And I think they're gonna make a good game. Everybody Sonic Racing Cross Worlds. Try to keep your feet right off the ground. When you're Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, there's no time to look around. It just fits perfectly with the song. Not with the grammar, but with the cadence. It's the artistic license. We don't need the grammar anyway. Right. Let me have some water, maybe some more coffee, and finally let's get back into this dialogue. Yap. You know, okay, before we get back into the dialogue, one more thing. The funny thing about doing these old people voices that I'm doing for the Sayer here, a lot of people, and ironically many of these are people I'm thinking about are doing voice work. They're actors, they're voice actors. A lot of people when they're in their 70s, they're in their 80s, you'll find that their voice actually didn't change that much, if at all, from when they were like 20, 30 years old, right? So not everybody gets to be an old man and all that, but then you gotta feel like you have to voice an old man this way, right? So that's funny. See, that my greatest examples of this are mostly the Doctor Who actors, and mostly those who play the Doctor themselves. Tom Baker, my God, he's like 80, 90 years old right now. I think he's in his 90s now. He still sounds like he did back then. The amazing booming voice he has, incredible. It's unbelievable. The one that sounds the most different is the one that did the 5th Doctor, Peter Davison. And he sounds a bit more gravely than the youthful fellow he sounded like in his run. Colin Baker sounds a bit more tired, in lack of a better way to say it. Not the best way to say it, but I can't find another word for it. But it's still him, right? But most of them don't get into that old person voice like I'm doing right now. Not as much. If they do, it's because they're acting it, not because it's their genuine voice now. But it's kind of funny, right? Peter Capaldi, for example, he played the 12th Doctor in his 50s already. I think he does sound different in his 50s and nowadays than he did when he was young, I think. But that's a funny thing. I mean, it's kind of weird how that goes, huh? And well, you know, health standards improve with humanity. 50 years old in the 1960s is very different than 50 years old in the 2010s and the 2020s right now. Shoutouts to the VOD gang who's watching this so far in the future that it's not even the 2020s anymore. Thanks for watching my stream. Hello, archaeologists of the future. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue at last. Okay, let's see what melody we give this. Hammer in one hand, chisel in the other, cutting up rocks to bring home to mother. Rocks become gill, gill becomes a house. Our hearts the quarry has, no need for a spouse. Something like that. And the song meanders along in a similar vein after that. The ending, however, is quite something.
Speckle stone, edge of the layer, sell not the stone to a kindly payer. They search for the pebbles, your maiden revels. There we go, more of a tune to that one. Kind of based it on the song we're listening to right now in the background. That's how it finishes. Speckle stone, edge of the layer, refers to changing patterns that adorn the rock found deep underground. The rocks closest to the edge of each layer are the most brittle, you see. That part of the song exists as a warning to never sell on inferior stone. Although you struggle to find a quarrier that doesn't know as much, no, it is an A, search for the pebbles, young maiden revels part which I find curious. I believe it to be referring to a jewel of some kind. After all, you'll hardly give a young lass any old pebble you just happen to find. No, only the finest jewels would do. If I were able to somehow take a gander at the stone mentioned in the song, probably impossible, mind you, the closest fissure where I could stand a chance of finding it is home to a group of cooker bandits. That being said, I might be able to find something if I had you to keep me safe from harm. Accompany me, Khaiden. I'm sure you'll enjoy the journey. It is nice to hear what he has to say, though. Lend an ear to an old person and you'll find interesting tales and journeys. Hey, I'm old. As a star cluster, I've witnessed many journeys and many lifetimes, and who knows how many years old I am now, somewhere in the 4 digits. I have millennia of years, which is millenniums in plural, but then it sounds like I'm saying millennial, and it's like, wait, that's way younger than I intended to be. As the old cluster that I am. Actually, by star standards, I'm not that old, am I? I don't know, I lost count, somewhere in the 900s, like I think maybe the Doctor from Doctor Who has. Shoutouts to the Doctor again. Speak of the devil. But yeah, we had this thing for an honest day's work. It's a long way we go for... Wait, all the way here, okay. See, I think I'm gonna keep him waiting. And I'm gonna pick up the other quests and see what we can do with them. At least the blue ones. To pick up the pace, and then we can keep flying and then doing these ones better. One of them doesn't even have a quest line, it's just the quest itself and that's it. So I should prioritize them like that. Breaks the chronology a little bit, you might say, but that's okay. There's still some good structure to this, so to speak. Out of sight. Out of mind? Hey, you're the adventurer everyone's been talking about, aren't you? Just the man I wanted to see. You have a bit of time to spare, I hope. It seemed a bloody miracle we managed to take Alagiri without spilling a drop of blood, but it was all thanks to one man. A man the Alliance would very much like to speak with. Getting him to come in for questioning, however, has proven more trouble than we thought. It's not my place to be dealing with this, to be honest with you, but I think it'd be best to resolve the matter quietly if possible. Things could get messy around here if the Alliance or the Resistance start kicking up a fuss. I'm like to draw attention if I leave my post, but you adventurers are free to move about as you please. So, what do you say? Can you give me a hand? Of course. Also, I think there's like a little bit of work from some people outside. Almost right outside my windows. Our windows. So you may be hearing it in the background. Hopefully you don't hear it too much. Anyway. You adventurers are good folk. Now, I really shouldn't say much more out here in the open. You best go and speak with him yourself. Bot's his name. Bout, should I say, or Bot? I'm gonna say Bot. Bot's his name. He can tell you the rest. Now, for other quests we wanted to pick up here. There's another blue quest around here. Mother's boy, fallen friend of mine. Mother's boy, fallen friend of mine. None of them has that name, so no. So many side quests. Can't wait to see what they have to say for their stories. We'll put it all together. We'll put it all together someday, don't you worry. We will hurry. Let's talk to this fellow here. The adventurer who slew Lord Van Velsar? So let's send you to claim my head then. Oh, he's referring to Gaius, right? Bryson Brooks sent you to help. Oh, thank heavens. You see, I'm actually a centurion of the Garlean forces. Now, before you do anything rash, let me explain. When I learned of the Allied forces' approach, I knew we had no way of repelling them, so I ordered all of my men to retreat from Alagiri. I then planned to turn myself in, but I ran into certain complications. I can see you're unconvinced.
Tell you what, why not ask the villagers about me? When you hear what they have to say, I think you'll come to understand why I couldn't turn myself in. Because he was gonna get executed? Yeah. I mean, cooler heads may not prevail in this situation, I get it. Is this what's going on here? I like how they pretty much encourage you to do side quests by doing these current quests, right? But the place wouldn't be the same without him, and we certainly have no intentions of sending him to be butchered by the Alliance. Yeah, because they would execute him. See, some trials or lack of trials are unfair, but the masses are gonna be dumbasses. And this is kinda down to the masses. We already saw this a bit with Fordola, so she's a bit more unforgivable, arguably. Nice outfit this NPC has. Just wanted to admire that for a moment. Taking notes for my Dark Knight self, maybe? Where'd you hear that name? I won't have anyone speaking ill of him. Unless you're looking to pick a fight, you'll keep your mouth shut. A high opinion everyone has of him around here. Bless his heart. Bless their hearts. He's a good man, it seems. What do you want with Bot? He's not in trouble, is he? We already told the Alliance scum they can't have him. I like it. They don't like the Alliance. They don't like the Empire either. It's complicated on both sides. What happened to this poor Chocobo? Or no, I think it's just sleeping. It's probably related to the side quest here. We're not doing that. Eventually. Well, Bot is a bit complicated. There you are. Now do you see the cause for my hesitation? In light of their reaction to my being arrested, the Alliance has allowed me to remain here for the time being. But for all intents and purposes, I am a war prisoner. The villagers initially meant to keep me hidden, but harboring one's enemy is a serious crime no matter whose side you're on, and I've heard what the Alliance does to those who help the Garlands. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. See, that's not right either. Not in this situation. My execution is assured the moment they take me into custody. Do the villagers who take arms in protest? They don't deserve such a bloody fate. No, wait a minute. We should talk to Roban and company? I should not do that. No, Roban, the others, they would hear this out. And Liz, yeah. But their hands are busy with many things, huh? And this is also taking place earlier in the story. We're still in the middle of fighting Garlemald, sorry. But yeah. Brazenbrook has made a valiant effort to assuage the people's anger, but there's only so much a man in his position can do. I know how strange this may seem, but I want you to convince the people of Alagiri to allow for my surrender. Truly a noble person, aren't you? Let's get this one. No, wait. Yeah, for a monk. As we do each questline, let's switch to a different class. That might be fun to do. But right now I'm gonna do multiple ones at once. Oh yeah, we talked to him again, right? Yeah, you see, it would be left on a cliffhanger, right? If I left it like that. So yeah. Public opinion. Yeah, that's the next quest. So you'll help then? Good. For a start, it'd be nice to know why they're so insistent on protecting me in the first place. Though I'd love to spare my blushes and leave this all to you, we need to hear from as many people as we can. How about we both make a sweep of the village and meet back here? I think you know the answer already. Oh, this is not a facade or something. He's so nice, so humble, so noble, so heroic. Why was he an Imperial Centurion? Ooh, they have one of these things here. Nice. Yeah, we saw it a lot with Liz, Roban. They have a base of operations here. I always love these big tables where they have maps. And they set pieces and stuff. I know it's not for games and fun. It's for war planning, but planning tables like these. The papers there, yeah, exciting stuff. The fun kind of paperwork, you know? We're not looking at accounting or whatever. Nah, we're looking at war and fun fights and magic and ooh, video game stuff. Except it's not video game in the universe, but still fun, medieval fantasy. Well, not just medieval in F14, but you get the point. Magic, woo. That sort of thing, right? I think it's fair to say we all owe about a great debt. I'll tell you more, but as you can see, I'm a little busy. Why not go talk to G. Dialani? Why not go talk to G. Dialani? I'm not gonna be able to say that name right, am I? G. Dialani. No, I need to also, as part of getting better at reading, voice work, all of that. We need to slow down the pace. My natural pace is already so fast, and even then, when I'm saying my own things, I stumble upon my words because my mouth is faster than my brain. But hold on, let's see. I never did anything wrong, but the Garlemans would always hit me. Mr. Bot was different though. He was always there to cheer me up, and he played with me sometimes. Do you think these new people will play with me too? I don't know if she was asking that last question innocently or if she was meant to be doing a rhetoric question there, like, do you think they'll do what they're doing? No, they won't. Lighthearted lass, though. They say she's lighthearted, so she may have been just genuinely asking. But I don't think they'll play with you. Not because they don't want to. The Alliance is nicer, but they have their problems too. And the masses are dumbasses. Let's see.
If Ball hadn't stopped his men, I wouldn't be standing here before you. He was hard, but fair. And now these resistance fighters have taken over the place. Surely they seem friendly now, but just you wait.
See, I wanted to do a different old man voice than the one I used for the Sayer. Saint Sayer. Imakoso habatake. Ah, the adventurer from before. Khaiden, was it? You wish to know more about Bot? I would love to tell you all about him, but first, I must ask a favor. The village has been plagued by splitting spinners as of late. I took a look around and discovered they built a nest close by. I considered petitioning the soldiers for aid, but you seem more than capable of the job. Let me get rid of the nest and I'll tell you everything you want to know. Agreed? Excellent. Let's get going then. I'll lead the way. And we're gonna leave her waiting too because I'm gonna pick up the other quests. We'll be doing them like this. No, what am I doing? Teleport. Let's do it from the map. Here's one. Ah, wait. No, we will have to... Yeah, these two areas... Is there a chocobo port for this? No. No. We gotta go the old school way. This is why we have to prioritize them, so we can just keep flying, get to places faster. Once we finish them, we really will have all Aether currents across all Stormblood areas. However, the questline should continue. We'll do as much as we can of those on the stream today. Wait, we can't do it from here, can we? Where do we go then? No, because I think we can't. There's no road here we can follow. It kind of looks like it would be easier from the logs, actually. Let me see. Yeah, from Porta Praetoria, it may be the shorter path to both places. So let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, we'll go... Let's eat the frog first. Let's go for the furthest place first. Yeah, here I can fly, but not in the peaks right now. Can't wait to get to Shadowbringers, and I'll see what I can do to handle them differently. But there's no hurry for that either. We still have plenty of things to do in the post-Stormblood patches. Omega is still left unconcluded. Return to Evilis, still unconcluded. And all the other quest lines, Hildebrand. My gosh, it feels like it's been forever. As I've kept, backing up the vaults now to the Tajigan archives. I recently backed up another one that it's now been 2 months since that, if it's expiring. So that was another Aether current quest focused FF14 stream. It's already been 2 months. So yeah, we'll pick up the pace. It's almost like it's gonna be another Stormblood summer. Summer Storm Blood. Hopefully by summer we begin Shadowbringers. We are doing what we need to do off and on the stream though. So don't you worry. We'll get there. Even if we don't hurry. Don't you worry, even if we don't hurry. There's the rhyme. We'll get there. See, I'm going to the wrong area now. No, these enemies are not going to aggro me with Astrologian. I'm high enough level here. It's the other areas where we were doing the other current quests, where it was higher level that even this one would aggro. But I forgot how high level Astro is. If I were with Monk and Dark Knight, those are the ones that are earlier in the 70s when it comes to levels that I still would aggro enemies around here, I think. Right, isn't this the place where Rollband grew up? I think it might be. Let's see if we need any repairs. I'll go back to doing more FF14 things off stream. Other games I've also taken my time and attention. Schedule 1. I'm reaching a peak with that, no pun intended, because we're doing the peaks right here, but... Oh yeah, actually this is higher level now. Yeah, level 69. Still not enough to aggro them, but we're getting there. I'll say, yeah, funny number, 69. Gotta acknowledge that. But yeah, Super Mario I've been doing a little bit. But I think I've reached my point of doing enough with that. It's been fun kind of challenging myself to tougher levels than I'm used to in Mario Maker 2 and stuff like that. Eventually we'll stream that again. We had a nice time on Christmas last time with Super Mario All-Stars, the first Mario Brothers, right? We'll see if we keep the tradition. If it really will become a tradition. Just Christmas and Super Mario feels so right to me. Christmas and Nintendo overall, right? But yeah. Mario is like what I think about first when I think of Nintendo. I'm sure I'm not alone with that, but not all the time though. Sometimes I do think of other Nintendo things. I mean, nowadays I kind of picture the Switch. The red and blue of the Joy-Cons, even though my Joy-Cons are not red and blue, they're orange and purple. I do have red and blue Joy-Cons that came with that Switch, but they need to be repaired. Or at least one of them needs to be. Anyway. You're one of those adventurers, aren't you? Travel this way and that, always helping folks. Well, I believe I speak for all of us here when I say we need your help. I'm sure you've noticed, but we don't have much. The only reason we get by is a merchant who comes and sells us supplies. I say sell, but it's so cheap he might as well give it away. Trouble is, without so much as a word, he suddenly stopped coming. I'd go and search for him myself, but anyone who could have kept watch while I'm gone has been conscripted by those damn Imperials. Would you try asking around at Radiata if anyone's seen him? He always talked about going there, so I figure it's a good place to start. Oh no, hopefully he's okay. Yeah, this is related to a quest line. So the one that's not related to a quest line is right here. Oh, and it's right there. We go right there again. Okay, that's perfect. This worked out perfectly. It's best if I teleport back to Porta Praetoria in the logs. So let's do that. Yeah, and the logs was the one that didn't have any quest lines for any of the either current quests. It was super straightforward. So nice. Complete contrast, right? No, seriously, I could tell you the amount of quests. Counting them. Some of these we already did today, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 if I count it right. Okay, that laugh was a bit weirder than usual, but... it's a lot of quests, but it's for a good cause, damn it. I don't regret doing what we're doing here. Nah, there's still a lot of side quests that will be kept for later. Eventually, the long way around. We'll get to them. See, another Doctor Who thing there. The long way around. Right, this is related to the current quest. Let's do it. Cold Hearth. Why would anyone sell their wares in that ghost town? Nobody has heard of the merchant. No, wait. Let's talk to the other people. And there is a blue quest we're gonna pick up here too, but yeah. Merchant traveling to Cold Hearth. Wait, that's the guy in league with the Imperials, isn't he? Now that you mention him, I haven't seen him in a while. That's weird, that's weird. What do you mean in league with the Imperials? Yeah, I've heard of him. His name's Frank. Some folks say he's doing those people a favor, but I think he's up to something. Yeah, it's suspicious. It's sussy. Well, let's do this quest. And actually, we may pick up some other side quests here. Let me see. Again, the names are Mother's Boy, Fallen Friend of Mine. Okay. They don't appear here anywhere. Wait. Mother's Boy, Fallen Friend of Mine. Did I do the notes wrong, or do they need to be unlocked after doing these? Maybe they do. That's okay. The priority right now are these quests anyway. Or it could be in this area that we've yet to actually find. Flying would make it easier to uncover the area, though. Alright. We'll look at them later. Let's prioritize these for now.
You're not from around here, are you? You'd never see an Alamigan strike up a conversation with a Radiator resident. But seeing as we're already talking, I have a job that's just right for an outsider like you. Talk with the girl behind that building over there, and she'll give you all the details. She's a bit testy, mind you.
What did I do there? What was that? Huh. What did that? It's a key I hit. Well, whatever. I was just kind of curious, but let's look at this. It's called a hunger for trade. Is it about trading in some way? Testy trader. You can be testy as a trader. About bloody time. Here, take the supply crate and trade with the merchant in Alagiri for food. He's usually lurking in an alley somewhere. Shifty bastard. You'll know him when you see him. Do not tell him a Radiator native sent you. There'll be no grub for us if you do. Okay. Something is... They have a bad reputation around here or something. That sucks. They don't seem to have earned it. Not really. I can see why she's testy. I was about to joke. I can see why nobody wants to trade with you, but no. I think we can be sympathetic to her. Look at the technology they have here. This is what I mean by saying we can just call this a medieval fantasy world. They have actual like lanterns, street lanterns like these. That's the Empire doing it. And then this thing right here. Ah, this deserves a screenshot or two. Hold on. I can have a wallpaper right there. I think it actually didn't take the screenshots. Now, my GeForce Experience screenshots are not working anymore, I think. And yeah, with the potatoification of the PC, I think I need to keep them disabled, maybe. I need to see if I can somehow fix the issue with this. The in-game screenshots. Anyway. The thing I wanted to check... Radiator stores? I'm assuming you say like that, Radiator, like radiant, but maybe it's Radiator? Right, so this is for hunger for trade. Wait, what about search for Frank at Alagiri? Where is Alagiri? Oh, this is also... Okay. Oh, the two of them are there. Perfect. Because I can just teleport right there. But I'll still need to get out of there before we conclude the quest, I imagine, so... Yeah, we'll have to teleport back to the locks and from there go to those settlements. But then we'll be able to fly after we finish them. This is why they should be priority. Like this. Well, there you are. Little imposter among us.
They're asking about me at Cold Hearth? I'd love to help, but the situation has gotten complicated, you see? The reason I was selling them to them so cheap is because someone else was footing the bill. Some Imperial soldier said he grew up there. He went to the Garlands willingly, if you can believe it. They made him a watchman at one of their labor camps, and he's been funneling all his pay to me. Granted, I keep peddling my goods at Cold Hearth. Afraid his friends and family would refuse his gifts after turning his back on them, he got the smart idea of sending me up there, selling whatever they need for next to nothing. The thing is, he hasn't contacted me in days. Ashamed to. My next trip I was supposed to deliver this bottle of arak. It's hard to come by nowadays, but he paid me good money to find it. Would you mind taking it there for me? As for this conversation, I'll leave it up to you whether or not you tell anyone. All things considered, I think he might have wanted someone to know. I think I'm gonna tell someone if I'm given the choice. Okay, he's not an imposter. He's a good man, and the person that conscripted, I think he didn't mean to abandon them. He did it to save them. And then do the pain, man. What a noble fellow. I have to think something bad happened to him. The Empire found out, or just the Empire is being the Empire and being evil, and even if they didn't find out, they did something bad to him because I'm evil, so I must be mean to anyone, even my own people. Something like that. You want to trade, you'll show me the goods first, then maybe we'll deal. Gosh, this is a military issue, Mark. What is that? Mark 43, right? 43. Okay. Mark 43 sedatives. High quality stuff. Someone snatched a patch a while ago, but you wouldn't believe how quickly Imperial medicines sell. Folk are always on edge around here, you see. Never knowing when the Empire might decide to launch an assault. Some get so worked up that they can scarcely sleep with a little alchemical encouragement. How much do you want for them? I'm a bit curious how you came by this stash, but I'll take it off your hands all the same. Food? That's it, just food? Alright, well, here's a sack full of assorted edibles. Nice doing business with you. Should have maybe taken the opportunity to get a Gil out of it and with that purchase even more food. But alright. I'll do it like they asked me to do it. That might be better, actually. They're desperate over there. They're desperate there. This public opinion quest? No, that's not a priority right now. We go back to Cold Hearth. We go back here. We do it through Porta Praetoria. It's one of those where it's fun to extend the R's like that, isn't it? Let's extend them. Referencing Doctor Who again, like the 7th Doctor, right? Good stuff, Taji Gang. It's so nice to be back to an FF14 fun day, doing these things. And catching up with it. As I said, we will get back to the post-patch content. And well, main scenario quests, but also things that release. We're not doing literally everything, but mostly everything, right? At this point, even ally societies, which we need to get back to. Mostly off stream, I'll do it, but actually, come to think of it. Okay, yeah, it's mostly these two that I'm concerned about since we're focusing on the Stormblood things. When we get to the next quest that has story to it, instead of the usual dailies, weeklies, whatever, that's when we do it. We're not doing it backwards though with Realm Reborn. I keep doing these off stream. It's something that kind of gets lost if I don't get to stream it because there's no New Game Plus for it. So like, you don't get to see me documenting it here in my own way and all that, but still. That's why, as I'm saying, just like with the Doctor Who journey, the Star Wars journey, let's figure out a way to make content out of this. Khaiden, Tajigan, let's figure it out. I'll go back to Radiata. I think it's easier to say Radiata. Like radius, radiant, like, yeah. Radiata. It's kind of a mouthful. Radiata? I guess I'll keep saying it differently every time for the fun of it. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. Etc, etc. Etc. Alright. Did you find any sign of the merchant? He was paid to come here by an Imperial turncoat. They work at a labor camp. No, it can't be. A bottle of arak. My son said... He said someday we... Never mind about the merchant. Here. It's not much, but you deserve it. Thank you for this. That's not so much of a cliffhanger, right? But we have to know for sure what happens after this. What can I do to help you, my friend? What can I do to help you? Excuse me, sir. Mind lending me a hand with something? A friend of mine, Beretta's her name. She seems troubled these days. This seems unrelated actually, but okay. She's a sweet woman, and I like to help her, but she won't talk to anyone. She's always been fond of travelers passing through, so I figure she might open up a bit to you. The way that's phrased made it seem unrelated, but... This is also connected to another questline. Yeah, that one, Out of Sight, Public Opinion, that one is connected to that. Because they end in a quest called Parting Gift. You need to do both quest lines to have it unlocked. I'm starting to think that fellow over there is the same Imperial turncoat that they're talking about. Well, not that much of a turncoat, but that's why the merchant hasn't heard from him. It's him. I forgot his name already, but... Oh no. Well, we gotta help them! We gotta see this through. You're that adventuring lad Roban came here with, aren't you? Well, I'll be. What can I do for you? Sagar's worried about me, is he? That's kind of him, but my troubles are nothing he can help with. Might be a strapping young lad like yourself could, though. I've been meaning to find my son. A fine young lad, going on 20 now. Oh, it's gotta be him. The Guardians what came through here conscripted all our young men, but by the grace of Ralgar, he gave them the slip. Trouble is, though, my boy never came home. Didn't he do it voluntarily, supposedly, or... The Guardians have long since fled these parts, so I'm hoping he'll come back. I'd go and search for him myself, but I've never left Coldhearth before.
I'm not like to get too far on my own. Might you be willing to take a look around for me? Absolutely. Bless you, child. I can't imagine where he ran off to, but there's a good chance he passed through Radiata to the north. This is only what I've heard from the merchants who come through, mind you, but there's Garlean outposts all over. If he was looking for a place to lay low before moving on, it'd have to be there. His name's Gerard, by the way. He's got blonde hair and an old scar across one cheek. You'll know him when you see him. That sounds like the description. We didn't see the name of the fellow, right? That sounds like him. That sounds like him. Oh, I love the way this is connecting. You see why these are so nice to do. Now, we can't fly just yet. We wanna go back to Radiata to also finish the other blue quest and then continue the other ones. Yeah. We'll give priority to these quest lines here, I think. Before we do the other ones. Anyway. Let's go where we need to go. I'll remain on the ground since it's gonna put me back on the ground anyway. Oh, wait. We gotta pet Torvald for being the good boy he is. Yes, he is. Let's go. I'm just keeping a track of the ad timer. I'll take another bio break on the next 3-minute break here. Oh yeah, I think we can unlock the other currents and boom, there's the cliffhanger. Cliffhanger. Let's call it. For just a few minutes. And then we come back and we can fly. Fly. So let me see. Before we gather that information, let me do the blue quest. Conclude the blue quest. The one that doesn't have a quest line attached to it. Fitting that we do it last, I guess. Did you get the food? Tell me you got the food. Yeah. Oh, praise the heavens. And praise you too, stranger. This will be the first proper meal we've had in days. Go back and speak with my large friend if you would. I would you like to show his thanks as well. Wish I could help them out more, but in many ways we're gonna be helping them out with other things we're doing. And then there's the other quest lines, right? I'll have to wait. Garrulous Gal. Oh no, wait, that's not him. We'll talk to them too, but first, Ponderous Porter. Surprised to see us trading in Imperial supplies? My quick-finger friend who once worked in a storeroom in Castor Mabania and swiped those sedatives before she left. The settlement's full of those as used to labor for the Imperial army. The folk in Alagiri may have traded with the Empire, but even they spit on Radiatans. The army's whip curs, they call us. What nonsense! Jeez. That's why we needed you to make the deal. If one of us dared to set foot in that town, they'd chase us out with a hail of stones. Or worse. Yeah, you see, hopefully Liz and Roban are working to improve on this nonsense. This was happening in the middle of MSQ in 4.0 though, but I feel like the other side quest might address that. But yeah, this one doesn't have a quest line. Or no, wait. No, yeah, it doesn't have a quest line, but anyway. But now we can eat our fill, get our strength back and try to move on. Kind-hearted heroes like you are a godsend. I'm worried about them. What about the next time they need that? Unless they have something else. But there we go. This means that we have either current attunement with every area in Stormblood. I think that's what that achievement is about as well. Oh yeah, we were kind of checking them earlier, and that went over my head a little bit. How can I see the ones I've completed? Last 5, yeah. Obtain free bird achievements for the Fringes, the Peaks, the Locks, the Ruby Sea, Yangxia, and the Azim Steppe. Frequent Flyer 2, because Frequent Flyer 1 was for Heaven's Sword. That's when they introduced either currents. So there's no such thing for Realm Reborn. That's why this is the second one. Let's go. But we're not done yet. We don't leave these things on a cliffhanger if we can. We may not see these quest lines all the way through on today's stream. I'm not sure how long we'll go on for, but I can guarantee you at least 1 more hour. Well, provided my ISP doesn't misbehave again and all that. Really, it's only been a few frames so far, but you never know how it is. I hate that uncertainty. Like, for so long it's been fine. Like, I'm always on edge for these sorts of things. I've been with the internet all my life. I've seen, like, actual, like, unstable, like, what did it used to be called? Not entirely like that, but kind of like older times, broadband. What was it called? Well, those things, kind of. I'm hyperbolizing it a little bit, but you know. It's always something to be on edge. I've been a warrior all my life. I'm always expecting the next attack. But it's actually been peaceful for so long. It's not supposed to be like this. It wasn't meant to be like this. But no, anyway. Let's have the 3 minutes of ads. It's definitely a good time for that. Good point in which to leave it. Let's stay on this roof right here. And we'll continue with the quest though. There's good things to do right there, alright? So, stay tuned right here, Taji Gang. We'll be back. And we'll have the ad break. Omatase shimashita. Thanks for waiting, Tajigang. We are able to fly now. Oh, and it's also out of everybody in the Mount Roulette, this is the mount I got. The one that can benefit from flight, you know, from seeing the flight animations. The flight animations. Kind of sound like I was saying flat right there. But no, yeah, it benefits from that. Let me have some water. I just refilled the water too. The water bottle, I mean. Refilling the water, right? If you want to get super technical about it. You're saying you're refilling water. Like, how do you put water on water like that? How does that work? But yeah, you mean the container where you're drinking water. 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 Does anybody say water? Is there any accent that says that? That's like native to a region? I don't think so. Maybe there is. Air art. Sorry, sir. I can't say I know anyone by that name.
Air art? I'm certain Godafrey has mentioned it before. You might have better luck speaking with him.
Yeah, it's gotta be who we think it is.
Air art. Where have I heard that name before? Yes, of course. Wait, no. No, I can't say I know an air art.
Okay. He's me, for real. 100%. That's me. The way he spoke right there. Oh, I've spoken to him before too.
Erard, sure, I know him. Been a long time since he's been around here though. He showed up about 2 years ago, escaping from the Garlands. I couldn't stand the thought of them dragging him away like they did my son, so I helped keep him out of sight. Thinking back at it now, that was quite the gamble. Of course, it would have only been a matter of time before they caught on. I had a friend of mine, Stark Woad, help him make his escape. She snuck him out with a shipment of provisions. If memory serves, she made a stop at Specula Imperatoris, but I don't know where they went after that. I'm not sure that helps you any, but I'm afraid that's all I know. Best of luck to you.
It's fascinating to see what exactly happened to him because he did end up conscripted. But then they said he was voluntary? Is that what they said? Anyway, we can fly now, so let's keep flying from place to place. Is that a storm I hear? Is that from within the game or could even be outside of the game? I'm not sure. I think it's within the game, right? Oh wait, wind is what it says for the weather. Yeah, you can check the weather here.
In the windy old weather, stormy old weather, when the wind blows, we'll all pull together.
More sea shanties for you. Back already. Did you find out anything about my boy? Is he safe? We're getting there. Passed through the Garland outpost to the north. So he escaped then. It does my heart good to know he's out of harm's way. I sure do miss him.
We don't know he survived.
I think it's who I think it is, but we last heard of it at a checkpoint. They could have found him when they searched the caravan or whatever it was. But who knows, And that's how he conscripted. He said he was voluntary, but it never was. Like, that's the thing. I'm sure you're tired of me badgering you with favors, but it would mean the world to me if you could keep looking for my boy, Erard. If he passed through that Garland outpost to the north, then he'd have to stop at Alagiri to rest and gather supplies. I know it's far, but please, go and see if there's any sign of him. No, it's nothing to me to go there. So, even more of a reason to go. I have flight with the currents, and we can teleport there anyway, so we're fine. No, yeah, this will be a lot better when we keep doing all the other post-content, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5. And we'll handle it differently for Shadowbringers. By the time we get to Shadowbringers, hopefully we'll have 5 different combat classes and 5 different roles. Or, well, I should say, jobs, right? See, if they're combat-based, unless you're talking about 30, level 30 or below, they're gonna be jobs. The crafting and gathering ones are the ones that remain as classes, technically. And level 30 and below is because of how they initially approached the system, I think in 1.0. I forget what it was exactly. Where they were classes and then jobs and then, yeah. Anyway.
Erard? A few bells ago, a pair of customers mentioned him. Can't say what else they talked about, though. It's not my place to pry it.
Where was the youth? The youth we talked to. If he's still there, I like to take a look at him. Blonde hair and a scar. I don't remember a scar, but I remember the blonde hair. Was it here? I may have missed the spot until I get to talk to him again. There he is. No, wait, no, we did know his name is Bot. You know what? I think it's him, but he took another name because this fits the description to a T. He said another name so he would hide his identity. So nobody knows anybody called Erard. If I say the physical description, they might know I'm talking about Bout, but you know what they're also going to do? They're also going to try to protect him. They'll be like, oh no, I don't know who you're talking about. That's what they did initially with the Alliance. But, man. Erard, can't say I know him. Truth be told, if you're talking 2 years ago, Alagiri isn't a place he'd want to be. The plot thickens for sure. This is why we must know. What's up with this questline? What's going on? Then, okay, we keep asking around. Just gotta find somebody else to ask to ask. And then the public opinion quest that's nearby is related to this. I think. Yeah, we'll do it too. Come to think of it, the soldiers who stopped by my shop mentioned someone who came from Cold Hearth. Could be they know the man you're looking for. And that was 2 years ago? She's talking about it as if it happened last week. Nice memory. So we speak of the Flame Captain here. Oh yeah, we should also take a look at this area. Come to think of it, there's something called Mother's Boy. I said there's a quest that has that name initially, right? It probably is that one. Or probably is one that's unlocked after completing these, because they're talking about him. Mother's Boy, but not in the spoiled way. Fallen friend of mine. And then the one that's called An Honest Day's Work. Yeah, it's right there still. But yeah, let's talk to this person. Where are you? There you are.
Oh, Khaiden again. I hardly recognize you. To what do we owe the honor of your presence?
By the way, I should change my class. Speaking of appearances, recognizing me. I should change it now.
Yes, one of my subordinates is from Cold Hearth. I would introduce you to him, but I'm afraid he was dispatched not long ago to destroy Magitech drones sighted near Specula Imperatoris. In fact, I imagine he should be arriving there very soon.
Could it be that Erard does know who we thought he was? Well, for now, let's return to Dark Knight. Oh yeah, and let's get Cosmo back. This is why it's good to have him in free stance. Good to see you, my friend. This Black Mage outfit, or sorry, this Dark Knight outfit, still so good. And there were some others, like, around the content we're doing. Because I mostly want to keep them to the content we're doing right now. To something we got in at least 4.0 Stormblood, right? It's like the seasonal outfits of the current anime season. So yeah, even within those, there were so many great Dark Knight ones. We'll see what we go for Bart. Maybe something there. Oh, and I'm probably gonna aggro these enemies, so let's keep away from them because I'm lower level now as Dark Knight. Gitaliani? There you are. The nest is just ahead. I'll tank them out. I'm ready for combat even more than a healer would be, arguably. A single player, so it's fine either way. And I have my companion with me. But look at this beautiful AoEs we can do. Why not? Let me shake off the tank rust and do my whole rotation. Salt of the earth, baby. Because I'm over leveled. Yeah, they're gonna die very fast, but let me help shake off the rust by doing this. I know there's training dummies and such, but it's not the same. Still, I should try to use them. I should try to use them more. There's always one in the guild house. The free company house, I should say. Allurin's free company. So happy to be part of it, by the way. Shoutouts to him. We build these meters now, but that's it right there. And this weapon, right? What is this weapon again? What is the appearance I have for it? Threadworm Claymore. Nice. Thank you ever so much. I can't tell you how many we've nearly lost trying to do away with those horrible things. Sadly, this isn't the first time they caused us trouble. When the Garlands first took Alagiri, these lands were rife with spinners for a time. Though we begged for help, our pleas fell on deaf ears. Our village is meant to be a trading hub, so you'd think they would protect such a place, but no. They would come only to get deep in their cups, or take out their frustrations on whoever happened to be present at the time. If we weren't suffering at the hands of drunken soldiers, we were fending for our lives against all manner of beasts with whatever makeshift weapons we could find. There was nothing we could do but endure their mocking laughter as we struggled to survive. Bod changed all that. After he came and assumed command, he immediately put an end to our misery. The difference in our treatment was like night and day. How did he do that? Was he faking it until he made it maybe? Maybe he just stole Imperial armor and then just pretended and it's like, oh well, that's our commander, and like... He's a hero. He's a super heroic individual. If this comes out, I mean, he never conscripted voluntarily, really, like... Yeah. Yeah, especially if Liz and Roban find out, like... Yeah, he'll be fine, he won't be executed or something, right? He was undercover in a way. He gave us our lives back, which is more than I can say for what the Allied forces are like to do for us. Bod is a good man, and I hope in time you'll come to see him as we do. Gidialani? Gidialani, she has such a difficult name. Even without like the J. And I say G, but maybe it should be like J. Gidialani? I don't know. Such a difficult name. Anyway. Well, Erart, I mean, Bout. Let's talk some more. No matter who I talked to, there was too much beating around the bush to get any clear answers. Did they tell you anything useful? They said all that. Well, I'm no saint. I was just tired of seeing my men beat them bloody all the time. I'd seen enough of it before coming here. It's amazing how treatment of the Empire's subjects can vary from place to place. There are territories where life is unchanged by the Garlean's presence, and yet there are others whose denizens would welcome death with open arms. The only escape from either is to join their armies. If you manage to survive 20 years of service, you and your family can earn citizenship, a chance to have a good life. That's what was happening with Fordola's parents, I think. But nah. Ooh, 20 years of suffering to maybe have a chance. How nice of them. But how long did they have a control of Alamigo? 25 years? Doma was the... Which one was it that had 20 that they had for 25 years? Doma or Alamigo? I forget which was which. The other one was more like... Less time than that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think Doma was more recent and Alamigo is the longer one, but... I can't remember. Do tell me in the chat, Tachigang, if you remember. But yeah, needless to say, I jumped at the opportunity. I fought and I fought until before I knew it, I was an Imperial Centurion. But it was too late. Shortly after my promotion, I received word of my family's death, snatched away by some widespread illness. Doesn't quite check out with him being a art, right? Unless he was lied to and the Imperials would lie to him. If he was informed that way by the Empire, like, oh, your family's dead, so, I guess you have nothing else to do but to remain conscripted to us, huh? Why would you go back to your village where there's no family anymore? To help out your village? Oh, guess what? The villagers died. If they could get away with that lie, they would. It's a bit too much to believe, maybe, but that's maybe what it was. The suffering of these people only served to remind me of my loss, so I put an end to it. Simple as that. Yet still they thank me after I killed so many. I'll never understand such nonsense. At least now we know for certain the reason for their adoration. Now we just have to convince them I'm no worth protecting. How could he be our art exactly though? The pieces are not quite landing just yet, but we'll get there. Hopefully we will. We'll need a good lie if we're going to change their opinions of me. Oh, don't do this, my boy. Don't do this. I got it. A holy man here in Alagiri was slain shortly after my arrival, just before I took command. He was the former Imperial commander who killed him, but you can tell people it was me. He's too much of a martyr, man. Now I'm like, okay, stop, you martyr. You, what did they say in Jesus Christ Superstar? Die if you want to, you misguided martyr. Misguided martyr, that's the one. I have to remember like the way this song went. I wash my hands of your demolition. Die if you want to, you innocent puppet. Yeah. The version of, what was his name? Pilatus? Yeah. With Jesus and all that. But that's the Superstar version, baby. I know all about Superstars, of course. But anyway, take my ring as proof. Say it was a keepsake of his and that I pried it from his cold dead hands. But I'll be so blinded with hate, execution will seem too good a punishment for me. Then again, if people see through the lie, it wouldn't do well for your reputation to be speaking so poorly of me. Maybe we should start with just one person. Engage their reaction before we set the rumor mill to spinning. Try speaking with G. Dialany and see if this gets her blood boiling. Man, he is so thick-headed. He's desperate to save them, though. Truly a martyr, truly a noble individual. Reminds me of a certain character from Game of Thrones, A Song of Ice and Fire. It's kind of known that this character dies, but I kind of don't want to say it. This is a character that dies very early on. That's what I'll say. You may know who I'm talking about. All thanks to a certain Mad King. Not the one you're thinking. Not that Mad King, another Mad King. Much younger. And inbred. So now, if you know A Song of Ice and Fire, if you know Game of Thrones, you know more about that. I haven't read any of the books. I've just seen the 8 seasons, right? It's 8 seasons, right? Yeah. Poor George R.R. Martin, man. He has such a tall task. I don't blame him for not finishing the later books. If I ever read them, I only want to do it if the books are finished, you know? If the 7 are finished. Not taking prequel spin-offs and all that into account. But anyway. What's this about bout? I'm gonna say bout. It's kind of like Smaug, right? How awful! The people of Alagiri will be furious to hear of this. Why, they might even consider handing him over to the Allied forces. Which is exactly what he wants, isn't it? I haven't known you long, but I know an honorable man when I see one. I refuse to believe you would try to smear his reputation and turn us against him. I can't imagine why he might try, though. When you return to Bout, you can tell him what I've told him countless times before. No matter what horrible deeds he may have done in the past, no one is beyond forgiveness. I think I may agree with that. She's great too. I'm sorry I keep mispronouncing your name, but you're great. Travelers come and go from Alagiri quite often, but should they wish to stay, who they were before coming here doesn't matter. We have no interest in the man Bout used to be, only the man he is now. Even if he was a murderer in the past, he's been nothing but kind to us since arriving here. The man we know has a gentle soul, and that is why we protect him. Yeah, I think they're not being naive about that either, right? Like, okay, if you used to be a murderer, let's see if you still are a murderer. Like, we're forgiving you, but if we see any sign that you're gonna be that person again, okay, yeah, get out of here. Of course, it's easier said than done to be able to tell that, but yeah. How did she tell the news? She was absolutely livid, wasn't she? Tell me everything. She saw right through you, Bout. They only care about the man I am now. And what sort of man am I supposed to be, My family's dead. I can't return to the Garleans. But that's not your concern. It seems it'll take more than a nasty rumor to sway their opinions of me. I'll have to think of something soon, though. It's only a matter of time before the Alliance decides it's done waiting. Could you try speaking with Dialany once more? Not to spread more falsehoods, but about persuading the townsfolk to let me turn myself in peacefully. Hopefully inspiration will strike by the time you return. Let's see what she has to say about that. I feel like there can be great clemency from the Alliance. It's just that I can trust somebody like Robin, Liz, other leaders, especially after 4.0 is actually finished, which is not what's happening during this quest based on the level. What level is it? We're talking about level 68. We're close to that, but we're not quite there. Close to the end of Stormblood 4.0, but yeah, I can trust cooler heads to prevail with the people in charge, but the masses are dumbasses, as we keep saying. That's such a great rhyme to have done. We did it, what was it, in Pokemon Violet? Yeah, just a couple days ago. Just a couple days ago, we came up with it. But yeah, people will find out, and then they'll be like, oh, you're letting a murderer just go free, and he was an Imperial scum. Like with Fordola, right? Somehow they'll find out, these things are found out. That may be the issue. Let me guess, Bao sent you again, didn't he? He can conjure up whatever lies he likes, but he cannot change our minds. Well, I suppose I can understand his worry. I'm loath to admit it, but entreating the Alliance could resolve all this. It could also make things much worse. If only there was someone among them who knew what a kind and caring man Bao is, perhaps then we could convince them to show him mercy. Surely they would listen to me though, the Warrior of Light, right? Liz's friend, Robin's friend, if I vouch for him. But I think in the other questline we'll find who we're looking for. But also in this questline, there's more to this. There's more to this. Oh, wait. Bao has been speaking with Brazen Brook in private about his surrender. Does this mean the Allied forces will soon come for him? Let's go and speak with him while there's still time. Yes, indeed. What are we gonna do about this? Ooh. Yeah, you know, it's gonna be even more important when it goes to a full cutscene, huh? Ah, you brought company. What can I do for the two of you? An appeal on Bao's behalf? I'm not sure I follow. Please, Brazen Brook, is there nothing you can do to have him pardoned? Or better yet, take me in his stead. Say I am his accomplice and I will tell your superiors anything they wish to hear. Ah, so many martyrs here. You're all great people. Whoa, calm down, miss. No one wants to help me more than I do. That said, he's still a soldier of the Garlean Empire, an Imperial Centurion at that. As a member of the Resistance, I have a duty to take him into custody. You can't! The people of Alagiri will not stand for his execution. What? Who said anything about an execution? But the Garleans told us you kill all the soldiers you capture. For goodness sake, we're not savages. We're in the middle of assessing the documents and supplies they left behind, and his testimony as to what we found is sorely needed. There we go, is it just a misunderstanding? Ah, man. Everyone's made it quite clear how his presence has improved living conditions here, so I suspect my superiors will be fairly lenient. That's not to say he won't face punishment, mind you, but he's got to come in for questioning. I see. After so many years under the rule, the Garleans had convinced us you were no better, if not worse than they were. On behalf of all the people of Alagiri, I offer you our sincerest apologies. Thank you for clearing up this terrible misunderstanding. Bao will no doubt be relieved to hear of this. Let's go and share the good news. Let's see if he has anything to say about this. What sort of lies have the Garleans been feeding them all this time? I suppose it doesn't matter now. The people will come around eventually. So that's what it all was, huh? Garlean lies. You hated them, but you were believing them without realizing it. They were bullshitting you, as they always do. It can be hard to believe, of course. It can be hard to... Oh no, what did he do? Bout. It seems Bout has left us a note. Dear Khaiden, the time has come to bid you my final farewell. Try as I might to focus on the present, the past still haunts me. My family calls. If you can find it within you to grant me one last favor, I bid you deliver my head to the Allied forces. I have enclosed instructions to this end. What? No. No, he can't! Khaiden, we have to stop him! Ah, he's gonna end his own life, isn't he? Oh no. Oh no, no, my boy! Don't do this. Wow, this actually is a better ring than the blue one I'm using. Alright. There we go. Let's get it. I think I kind of noticed the change. Or no, wait, maybe I noticed it here. Rings tend to be something you don't notice as much. That being said, is our finger... Yeah, it's right here. There it is. It's a very vertical ring. You can really notice it on a finger. These are fingerless gloves, right? So, yeah, look at this. And my portrait shows my hands a little bit. So, let me see. Okay, not that visible, but... Nice, nice, nice. Almost makes me want to be a goldsmith as well, right? Let's cover all the spectrum of fashion fantasy. Gotta go for blacksmith as well. See, leather worker, armorer, weaver. They're a holy trinity for me because they're concerned with making armor and thus fashion fantasy figures into it. That's why I wanted to pick them up. And then alchemy sounds like fun. I don't know what it is about me. I feel like astrologian, like black mage to an extent. There's something that's kind of encoded about alchemy. Transmutation, you know, turning things into different forms. Well, F14's alchemy might be a bit different. Not so much potions, but about turning metal into gold, turning copper into gold, right? That sort of thing. Because I'm all about multi-dimensional stuff and taking different forms and all that, like, we can do good things with that. So yeah. We can't let him go through with this, Khaiden. It looks like he's heading northwest, towards the fringes. I pray we're not too late. Let's fly. Let's literally fly. No, 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 don't do this, my friend. Things are not as dire as they seem, my goodness. Second chances is what it's called. See, it's good that we can fly here because it's so far away. Otherwise, we'd go to the fringes, to the peering stones, and then we come here, but yeah. Because in a way, we're leaving the other questlines kind of interrupted. Before we continue, the poor old man, the sayer, the sane sayer, is still waiting for us somewhere. Well, he lived this long, he can live a little longer, he'll be fine. Wow, the trees here are so nice. Like dead sakura trees, dead cherry blossom trees, but they're not fully dead. Still something beautiful. It's like if you saw cherry blossom trees in fall, but you can still see that they're cherry blossom trees. Even in fall, I think. Ah, this is how you're doing it, aren't you? Stop this madness. Stop this. What are you doing, my boy? Erard, Bout. Who are you really? You're a good man, that's what you are. And you're a misguided martyr. Great alliteration, isn't it? Did it activate Salted Earth? It didn't seem like it did. That's weird, but okay. I gotcha, I gotcha. Stop this nonsense, my friend. Ah, poor Bout. Poor Erard, if that's really him. I suppose this is where I'm supposed to thank you for saving my life. He's gonna try to jump, isn't he? We have to stop him. We have to stop him. Bout, Khaiden, thank goodness you're both unharmed. We gotta talk to him. Why in the hell did you bring her here? Cowards, a lot of them. They will waste the chance to make an example of me. He has a little bit too much imperial mentality ingrained in him too, kind of. This is all our fault. If we hadn't shown such aggression to the Allied forces, they would have likely made their intentions clear ages ago. You needn't apologize. If I had known they wouldn't kill me, I would have merely sought another way to death's door. But why? You have so much to live for. I have nothing. What is a man without his family? A soldier without his men? I've stained my hands with the blood of so many innocents, and for what? You can still help people by testifying for the Alliance. And also Bout. Erard, I think your mom is still alive and looking for you. You still have Alagiri! Yeah, and that's a new family he found, right? There's also them. It would have been all too easy to stand by and watch us as the soldiers taunted and tormented us, yet you chose to show us mercy. Well, that was... After all the good you've done here, are we not worth living for? Am I not worth living for? I know I can never replace your family. I would never try. But I'd like to try and make you happy, if you let me. What? Oh, has this obsession with loss truly made you so blind? The people of Alagiri care about you. None more so than me. You brought light and hope back into our lives, and I would return that kindness 100-fold if I can. Come on, my boy. Listen to her. Yes, by all means. Let's get married, settle down here in the village, and fill our cottage with the pitter-patter of little feet. I can't tell if he's being sarcastic or not. Let's see. Marriage? I didn't mean to... That's not to say I'm opposed to... Oh dear, this is all so sudden. Before you let your imagination run wild, there's still the matter of my surrender to the Allied forces. I'm going to need your help in assuring the others that I won't be put to death. Yes, of course. Oh, the two of them are great. I'm glad they were able to speak to each other like this. Hey, there's combat, but this is one of those cases in which it comes down to just talk to each other, just be able to communicate to each other, and guess what? They did. We helped them do it. I suppose this is it. I know not what they have in store for me, but I will at last atone for my crimes. When they release me, well, it seems I have something worth waiting for. Thank you for everything. We shall meet again about... There's things we still need to address with you, I think. But it's great because if you don't even know... You wouldn't even know it's connected to that questline, right? So it would come as a great plot twist, but it only comes if you're going out of your way to do side quests. Which I want to do anyway, but here we need to do it more focused, so... That's why I say, is minor spoilers? Spoilers, albeit minor. Or rather, minor, albeit they're still spoilers. When I look at like the quest list and all that... There's also things like you see the name of the quest giver or the rewards. Sometimes it gives you an idea of what you're about to see. Or the area. When I look at it in the wiki. I try to avoid actually looking at the page for the quest itself, right? I'm probably gonna need to do that when I try to figure out the best way to do the either occurrence for Shadowbringers areas. Because I need to see like specific quests for some quests, and we'll cross that bridge when we have to, though. Plenty of things to do before that to focus on. There he is, the hero of the hour. I don't know how you did it, but Gidialani returned just now with bout in tow. He says he's ready to turn himself in. What's more, public reaction to his surrender has been surprisingly calm. The last thing we need is to be fending off the people we came to save. If you hadn't shown up when you did, I'm sure they'd be chasing us out of here with pitchforks and torches by now. To make sure they don't, we'll all be taking a leaf out of Bout's book and building better relations with the townsfolk. It'll take some work to be sure, but we'll get this place back to the way it used to be. There we go. There we go. I knew at the end of the day, the Allied forces wouldn't be that bad, surely. Come on. And there we are. To get back to what's going on with this questline, however, we must continue with the Finding Family questline. So, search for the Golden Lock Lieutenant. See, it's still faster if I just do it from the logs right here, from Porta Praetoria. Let's try it like that. We'll fly there and then continue flying here, I think. So that works out. Don't sleep on these kinds of shortcuts, you know? It's something I didn't notice as much before. Like, just because you have to go to a different zone for a moment doesn't mean it's not faster. There's the little screen where it loads, but unless you have this installed in like a 20-year-old HDD or something, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna take that long to load. Or unless your internet is 1 megabyte per second download, which I think is also not a thing anymore. Yeah, I think it doesn't take long to load, right? I don't know. I might be wrong. No. Don't play that boss music. I am not participating. That's not him. Whatever business you have will have to wait. This area must be cleared of Magitrek drones. Post haste.
They could be upon us at any moment. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to vacate the area. Or perhaps, if you're willing to assist me, have a look at my map. This is our present location. I'd like you to survey these 3 areas and dispense with any drones you encounter. We can speak after your return. I can help out. We're gonna play the Fate Boss music. I finally have been looking into listening to the music more off stream. So yeah. Because you know what's great about Final Fantasy XIV soundtracks? The albums where you've listened to them are separated by expansion. So wait until the point in which you finish an expansion or so, and you won't spoil yourself of music. Of course, there is recommended music, that's still a problem. I'm trying to avoid those, but because just titles of songs alone can tell you a lot sometimes, especially for a game like this, but I tried to stick to the albums. So there's the 1.0 album, there's the ARR album, Heaven's Sword, Stormblood, that's 4 albums so far. There may have been 1 or 2 I missed, but yeah. That may depend on your music service, but YouTube Music is the one I'm used to. It's gotta be there on Spotify, like, come on. Given how major this is, Soken Masayoshi, the genius he is, and everybody else who's been involved in this, I can see it being in other services too. So yeah. I always say it, and again I gotta keep insisting. This stream is not sponsored or anything, but to me it all comes down to YouTube Music because there's gonna be a lot of videos that are not there. Fan remixes, fan covers, or covers that don't have the kind of paperwork, let's say, that's needed to get into Spotify, like my own cover so far, which you should check out on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much. That will only be listenable to. I don't know if that's a word, but on YouTube Music, right? If you want to hear them like in music, even though they're video, you can still hear them in music form, although YouTube Music does require a sub to Premium, either YouTube Premium or YouTube Music Premium. I feel like you might as well just give a little bit more money and pay for YouTube Premium itself if you're gonna do that just for the music. I personally haven't done that because I don't listen to it on my phone as much, funny enough, but if I find myself, I don't know, like I'm gonna listen to it more often, away from my PC, then I probably will sub then, because to be able to play it in the background, you know, to put your phone in, what is it called, sleep mode, I keep forgetting, but you know, where you shut it down, but it's not shut down, you just, you know, you move it or you hit a button and you unlock the screen or whatever, that mode, right? Well, yeah. To be able to play it like that, like any music player, you do need to sub. But, I mean, having all of those things available, I can listen to my own covers. I can listen to the group I'm a part of, Alternative Idols Cover Singer, while I'm also listening to others' tracks, you know? The Nico CW Sonic Generations classic style remix of Egg Rocket Zone from Sonic Advance. I can listen to that. I can listen to that great Kamen Rider Black RX theme synthwave remix that somebody did. I'm sorry, I don't remember who made it, but if you search it there on YouTube or YouTube Music, chances are you'll find it. We need more remixes like that. They should do it at least for, you know, 80 Sentai and Metal Heroes because they are so synthwave coded, I swear. You look at a scene of a Metal Hero, especially the Space Sheriff trilogy, transforming. That is such a synthwave thing. Dark synth, cyber vibes, like it's so perfect. Just like Alluring here for resubscribing.
Explosion.
Yeah. Explosion.
Seeing you stream seems weird now, in a good way. Seems like I rarely see you live anymore. Good to see you, buddy. Kind love.
Dude, it changed the context of that message, the way it read it. Seems like I rarely see you live anymore. Oh no. The situation has been way worse than we thought. Oh my god. I've been dead. I truly have been dead. Thank goodness I'm a healer. Don't worry, we have another healer in the raid. They resurrected me. No, oh no. We haven't been gone for that long in the grand scheme of things, right? But no. Zombie Star Cluster? Yeah, Hildebrand style.
Hildebrand could do it, I could do it too. But Alluring, thank you so much for that resub once again. For 38 months now. See, it feels like not that many streams ago, you were resubscribing, so that goes to show you how much of a hiatus has been. This hasn't been intentional. We're back to regular schedules, Taji Gang, or at least we were for this week, but no, you know, I think we'll have a schedule for this next week. I just don't want to keep saying, oh, we're postponing this for 1 hour, or, oh, series cancel, it's for another day. That was happening too often. Things were getting chaotic in many ways in my lives, and so we needed to, okay, let's make it more guerrilla styled. Turns out we didn't do that many guerrilla streams, and it was more of a hiatus. That was not my intent. Such devastation was not my intention, Taji Gang. So good to see you, though, Alluring. Shining like a supernova, brighter even than a superstar in any cosmos of any dimension you go through. You got the King of Fighters 2002 Unlimited Match Victory Fanfare as well. That's what you heard right there, in that supernova explosion. So thank you so much, Alluring. Always nice to see you. See, now, right back at ya. Seems weird. It would seem weird to see you stream, to see you play FF14 now. But I hope it's been going well, though. Of course, I've been lurking in your streams a lot. I'm more of a lurker. That still hasn't changed. May never change, but it's just better for me in many ways. Not that it's like chatting, just, you know. Lurking is always going to be more chill for anyone, I guess. But yeah. Schedules, I wish I could still do them. But my life has been crazy enough to stop me from streaming, but I've been in guerrilla style for a hot minute. Yeah, then there's that, right? I mean, they're associated with VTubers a lot, but it's also kind of a Western, or at least English-speaking VTuber thing. In many ways, so many streamers do it without that, right? But it's also because we did it that way for a while that it felt like this is the exception and not the rule. It's crazy to think that a lot of Japanese streamers, maybe that's changed by now, or rather Japanese VTubers, they don't have a schedule. They don't have a schedule. This thing where you have a schedule graphic for every week, they don't do that. There may be some streams that are scheduled. Okay, there is a schedule of sorts, but not in that super systematic, strict, let's say, way. But yeah, let's continue right here. Your return, and with nary a scratch. Excellent work. Now then, what is it you wish to speak with me about? Cold Hearth. Yes, that is my home. But I'm afraid I don't know this Erard fellow. You say he left 2 years ago. No, I was forced to leave long before that. 5 years ago, the Garleans came and conscripted any able-bodied man they could find. I was one of the unlucky few to be sent to Doma, or so I thought. The people of Doma attempted to revolt, and in the ensuing chaos, my unit was all but wiped out. I was the only survivor. I thought it better to brave the unknown than return to the Imperials and defeat, so I made my escape. What followed was a perilous venture with no promise of a tomorrow, yet somehow I managed my way to Ul'dah, where I enlisted in the Immortal Flames. With Rob Banning there, he would understand this fellow's plight. What a story, man! What a story! That's why side quests can be great! But don't worry, we're not doing all of them, just those related to the Aether currents. Oh, by the way, I want to shout out his outfit. I'm gonna take a screenshot. I'm gonna take a screenshot that does an automatic upload to my OneDrive, so pardon me if there are some frame drops for a moment. This time it's intentional. But I really need a screenshot. You know this thing right here? I want to incorporate this more to my design because of what we've been doing with the badges, what we're doing with the class icons right now, for those who are just coming in like Alluring or anybody else. In case you can't notice, I know it's a bit small, but I have 4 job class icons across my sash shoulder thingy. Yeah, those are my 4 active combat jobs right now. Bard needs to get to level 70. I need to actually start Bard. I just have Archer at level 30. I haven't started Bard yet. That will mostly be an off-stream affair, but anyway. A lot of bigger streamers don't use schedules, actually. I feel like VTuber agencies are what made it mainstream. I like schedules, honestly. I like schedules, just sometimes there needs to be more flexibility. And oftentimes, like, I don't even publish a weekly schedule until it's like Tuesday. Especially we're starting a week with Wednesday or Thursday as the first stream, TSG streams notwithstanding. Because yeah, there's a pressure to do Sunday or Monday. If I were in an agency, there probably would be a manager that's like, okay, Khaiden, you need to do it every Sunday. That's fair enough. Here I'm more self-regulated and all that, but yeah, there's leeway, right? Sometimes I feel like I'm failing you or like I'm destroying my engagement. I mean, that was a pressure that was over me, still is over me right now out of this hiatus. I think I have seen some hits be taken to my my engagement, my metrics, that's the word. My metrics, my numbers. You're all numbers in a book. That's all you are to me, Taji Gang. No, you're not. No, you're not. But it is a thing that I need to keep in mind, right? But yeah, like there's certain things, right? Certain flexibility. Because you do a schedule graphic, it kind of feels like you can't, I can't just have a question mark. Sometimes I gotta do that, right? Like, I don't know what I'm gonna stream today. Screw it. I'm gonna put question marks in there or something. Or we might do multiple games in one stream. That's okay too. But I probably would be saying that in the schedule somewhere. The schedule graphics that I've been using, Nikki GC, we have a new schedule graphic. I feel like I had to come back with a new one, you know? I had to come back with a new one, and I'm glad I did. Spent a little bit of money for that, but it was good money. I recommend checking out her Ko-fi, by the way. Nikki_GZ is probably her tag, but if you search Nikki with double K, I at the end, GZ, you'll probably find her. The schedule graphic we had before that lasted for so long, was also made by her. It's made well in Figma. But yeah, like, yeah, that's all I'm gonna say about that. Give me a second, let me get some water. I'm pretty sure you will still be in pre-Endwalker content by the time I inevitably get the F14 itch again. You're probably not wrong about that. My OCD is a big reason I fear making a schedule on an unpredictable week. I fear making a schedule on an unpredictable week because canceling a pre-announced stream is like abominable heresy to my brain. Exactly, that last sentence right there, exactly the same with me. And I feel like there have been too many of those lately. Too many of those. And thus I'm like, I'm breaking promises with every freaking schedule every week. And then a lot of that were the bloody internet issues we were having, right? That, all things considered, have gotten better. I think. But yeah. We still have some things that need to be checked, but like, blah, blah, blah. It is better overall, right? But yeah. That was part of the reason. With me, I love structures. I love structures. A complete paradox to what my ADHD does. They say sometimes ADHD is like that, but I don't think it's ADHD. It's just something else. Maybe other things, but I'm not going to name anything that has a name if I don't know if I have it for sure. I don't want to say, maybe I have this. That's how I was like. I feel like I was mentioning ADHD way too much before I officially got diagnosed. See, I feel like I would be making myself look like a dumbass had I not been diagnosed, but anyway. And we'll get back to the... We're gonna yap for a moment. There's things to yap about right here, okay? We have some things to unpack, and I still wanted to talk about this thing with the design. Sam Brown build, was it called Sam Browner? Yeah. I need more of this. So we can put batches across it. So we can put batches across it. So we can put writing across it. I want to have it like a sash that says Tajigen Khaiden in Japanese. I just need to make PNGs that say that in kanji. So I can put them as a source, as an asset in BC Face and in the future in VTube Studio. Fun fact I found out about internet recently, by the way. Apparently there have been recent studies saying that internet is more unstable the closer you are to the equator. I mean, it also makes sense, I guess. I have no idea how these things work. They're nuclear physics to me. I understand one thing and then apparently I was wrong about that, or apparently new discoveries are made, or they bring more questions. The more you understand it, the more questions you get. Maybe that's how it is with any science, I don't know. Due to the Earth's magnetic field plus the increased heat. That makes sense, though. That makes sense. If you're close to a volcano, what does that mean, then? Ecuador, for example, the country is named after the equator, right? They have a volcano there somewhere. So, yeah, I don't know. There's all sorts of things to consider. I keep saying there's a Pikachu, you know, biting down on cable somewhere where I live, and that's why it's like this. But I don't know if that's how it works. But what was I gonna say? Structure is just fun for me, but then I can also go overboard with it. Is that thing where it's like, I love doing schedules, I love making lists. I was kind of touching on this earlier, but actually doing something with those lists, well, that's another story. That's why then I look at something like Timeline of Legends Media in Star Wars, and it's so exciting to go through the journey, but then it's kind of more exciting, the idea of it, than actually doing it. Not that it's not exciting to do it, it's just that... You know why I think it is, though? I think I kind of know what it is. There's more dopamine in seeing the potential thing happening than doing the thing itself because it takes so long. Though it's fun, too. I'm looking forward to Knights of the Old Republic, too. Sorry, I'm not doing it on stream, but we're doing good things focusing on Pokemon and other things right now. FF14, for example. We're gonna focus on it. We are gonna get back to it. Let's yap for a moment, though. I'm actually curious now. Has anyone ever streamed next to an active volcano? Right next to it? Probably not. But in a town that lives right next to it? Probably. Yeah. It's probably been one. Is there like a volcano in Japan somewhere? Mount Fuji is not a volcano, is it? I think it is. So yeah, like... Earthquakes happen in Japan all the time. Tsunamis here and there, like... And we're talking about Japanese VTubers, Japanese streamers. Huge, huge, huge. There's arguably countries that have like... Or regions that have that thing the most, right? Like... You don't hear about... Let's say... Just off the top of my head, I may be getting this very wrong, but like you don't hear about what could be a good country. I feel like I'm gonna say something stupid, no matter what. I'm gonna get myself in somebody's crosshairs by mentioning it like this. But pardon me, you don't hear about what's a country? You don't hear about a Central African VTuber as much as you hear about an Indonesian VTuber, or an American VTuber, or a Japanese VTuber or something like that, right? For an example. A sort of hyperbolic example. Right, Mount Fuji is an inactive volcano. Yeah, active is different than inactive. So yeah, I forget these facts of science. I speak out of my ass sometimes. What a funny expression. But yeah, this belt, Sam Brown belt is what I found that it gets called. It's not really that specifically that I want in my design in the future, but yeah. Like for the mythical... The Fable 2.0 that will come someday in Live 2D, I keep saying. But I want to do it still someday. But yeah. Eventually we get there, right? And other changes. There's other changes that I want to talk about that I will for sure tell the people I commission. But I want to leave them as a surprise. I mean, some of them are not really changes, but rather polishing it even more. This beautiful 1.0 of myself, done by my VTuber Papa, Kagitsukikage. Already polished a lot of things that I Frankenstein from many free assets in my pre-1.0 era. Those models right there, right? But anyway. Yeah. I need to keep more screenshots of this to send as reference when eventually I commission that. It's a complicated process because I feel like to really get the most out of it, rather than trying to ask the... What do you call... There's the rigger, right? For a Live 2D model. But before the rigger, there's... or sometimes it's the rigger too, but... what is it called? The maker? There's the drawer? The artist? Just the artist, yeah. Rather than having the artist also come up with the design... It could be the same artist, but it would be a separate commission first to have them come up with the design. And then a VTuber Live 2D artist makes it happen. Puts the pieces together, or rather separate, for the rigger. And then the rigger does it. That's like 3 different things, kind of. It's more expensive, but that's why eventually is the word we use for it happening. The PC upgrade saga needs to happen first, Taji Gang. Hey, any subscriptions, support like that you give, like Lurin did a few minutes ago, are always appreciated. Not that I'm begging you to give me your money, even though you should give me your money. You should, what's the word? You should feed my egomania. But still... I want to be an egomaniac in the best of ways. Flattering the hell out of myself. Self-praise. Self-praise city. But without taking away from you, right? Something like that. Something like that. Sometimes I let myself be too humble. Enough of that nonsense. Humility. There's a reason humility sounds so much like humiliation. There's a reason the words sound similar. Look similar. They're not that far away from each other. Why humiliate yourself? Screw that. I'm a multidimensional maniac, right? That includes egomania. Humility, nonsense. Oh, it's such a humbling experience, no? It's an uplifting experience. Such a humbling experience. Why do you like humiliating yourself? Okay, I'm gonna stop. Let's go back to the dialogue here. What followed was a perilous venture with no promise of a tomorrow. Yet somehow I managed my way to Olda, where I enlisted in the immortal flames. We read this already, but just to get back to the dialogue, I think.
I'm honestly surprised Cold Earth is still there after all this time. With the population dwindling as it was, I was certain that the Garleans had robbed the place of all its prospective soldiers and put the rest to the sword. But enough of my ramblings. Unfortunately, I don't know the man you're looking for, but if he was seeking safety, he likely found it within the Resistance. With the Resistance. Whether he meant to fight or flee beyond Balzar's wall, their help would be indispensable. I'm sure they will have answers for you. Aren't you with the Resistance now, though? It's kind of weird that he doesn't know him. I guess, well, they have more people in Cold Earth, but even then they were a village, right? Surely he would know somebody called Erard, but I think it is who we think it is. I think it is who we think it is. We must see this all the way through. If you plan on speaking with someone from the Resistance, might I suggest seeking out Gunpar? You would be hard-pressed to find a man who knows more of the peaks than him. It's about time I need to roll 3 minutes of ads, though. Give me a second. You should be back at our camp, due west of her. Of here. So much great yapping to do. We're due maybe another Satsudan stream, aren't we? And yeah, there's also the structure of some streams where it's like 30 minutes of Satsudan at the beginning. I kind of want to do that, but for a bunch of reasons it's not my current approach. But then, I mean, there's a lot of moments like this one where I'm not reading dialogue, right? It depends on the game. It's because of FF14, Pokemon Violet, they're very dialogue heavy and it's on voice dialogue as well. So rather than yapping as much, the yapping interrupts what I'm reading, right? So I might go back to also doing it like, okay, let's finish this dialogue first and then I'll say what I have to say. But the thing is, I may forget what I was gonna say. That's why I must interrupt it, so to speak. But yeah. It's a live stream experience too, though. Erard. Why, yes, he's a member of the Resistance. Good lad. Can't say I've heard any complaints about him. Then maybe it's not who I think it is. But maybe a relative of his? Bout? His unit was dispatched to Alamigo not long ago. If you hurry, you may be able to catch him near Castro Mebania. Then it doesn't add up. It's not the fellow we were helping before. But it is related to that quest line. How the hell does it connect now? Now I'm curious. This is not the one we want to do right now. No, wait. Your only son. Okay, we should just teleport back to Porta Praetoria. You know, before we even get to 4.3, there will be a few things we want to do. Kugane Castle is the big one. But I may want to try out at least at the beginnings of Eureka. And I don't know if that will need a whole stream or not. Mostly the beginnings, the rest of the grind. Let's keep doing it off stream. Speaking of grind, perhaps then when we do Kugane Castle, which maybe next stream or not, we'll see how we end here today. We can also do those high society things for Kojin and Ananta. Namasu will be unlocked for 4.3, but that's just the unlocking of it mostly. That's what I mean when I say the beginning of Eureka, it's mostly that, but yeah. Ah, Khaiden Tajigen of the Scions. Well met. What brings you here to the peaks? You're looking for Erard. On behalf of his mother, you say? I see. Well, he is... how should I put this? I would think he's dead, maybe? Ooh, doubt. That's what doubt looks like. Didn't think the emote would look like that. Alright, I'll tell you. Erard is, or rather was, a member of my unit. He was reassigned in light of an opportunity for him to assist in gathering Garlean intelligence. So he was undercover after all? As it turns out, he bears a striking resemblance to the son of one of our Garlean contacts, an Alamigan merchant who bribed his way into citizenship. He agreed to allow Erard to stand in for his son, that he could infiltrate their military. Okay, wait. When we did this originally, we gave something to someone there in Cold Earth and he mentioned his son, right? But what happened to the original son? That's Bout. And that's why he took the name. Dude. Okay. An Alamigan merchant who bribed his way into citizenship. Wait, I just didn't know if he was a merchant, but...
the price was steep. Steeper still to have him placed among the most renowned unit of Alamegans in service to the Imperials, the Skulls. So he was with Fordola? That was Fordola's unit, right? No wonder he's so repentant! But he was a good man. He is a good man. He pretended to be bowed, and that's how it ends up. Now the pieces are coming together, I think. He supplied us with indispensable insight into the inner workings of their military, all the while maintaining his turncoat facade. He's even gone so far as to take arms against his Eorzean comrades. See, when I was saying he was undercover, I didn't mean it literally, but he was. But he had to. He had to do what he had to. It's one of those things where you're undercover, but you actually have to kill people. You're actually gonna kill civilians, maybe. Also, speaking of military, though. Speaking of military, and what I was saying before, this thing right here also, like the Sam Brown belt, kind of like a bandolier, but without being a bandolier, right? I still want to do, again, budget, having a lot of money, if I were rich. This is more like if I were rich, rather than something I feel like I could do someday, maybe way more distant in the future, but if I did the thing like Hatsune Miku's Project Voltage, I kept saying that my water-type self, I would be like a beach... What's it called? Beach soldier? No. A beach party soldier, kind of. Like, I'm armed with water pistols and rifles, and I have water balloons on my waist, but I also have like a bandolier. Yeah, full of water balloons or something, right? Now it would figure even better into the design, right? Now it would figure even better. I might end up having an unintended sort of military approach to my design again. And I say again because when I Frankenstein myself into my pre-1.0, a lot of idol outfits end up having like those things, those shoulder things that military uniforms have sometimes. You're the leader of people, you're the leader of your fans in a way, and I think that's why, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm an alternative idol and all that, but there's so much I don't know about idol industries and all that, but it kind of figures into military uniform, right? Those shoulder pads with the little, what's it called? Garlands. Not garlands, garlands or frills or thingies. I forget the name of things, but the stringy thingies. And anyway, it figures into that, and if I want to insist on having somewhere to put badges on me so that I can display my classes in a game like this, I can display my badges so far in a region of Pokemon. It may not take the form of a sash like that, but I may have like a space where it makes sense, right? Just out of nowhere in that unintended hiatus, it all happened one day when I was like, I want to see if I can have a space in my design where I can put them. And my first thought was actually not like the sash like this. Let me zoom in to really show you what I mean. I might clip out a little bit, but like my first thought was not to do it like this, right? My first thought, my first thought was like, let's do it like you see condecorated emperors or generals or commanders or veterans. They're more in a horizontal design, in 2 rows or something, or 4 rows, depending on how many medals or whatever you have. But I don't think I can see anything that would make sense in this outfit, right? But then I saw the sash shoulder strap thingy. That was also kind of unintentional. Kageri kind of came up with it based on the way my upper clothing was in the Frankenstein design, as I keep calling it. But yeah. And we ended up with this, where it's way more spacious than that, than the one in that design, that it makes sense to have it here. So it works so well. But I may change it. I like the idea of also using it like a sash, like you would see, I guess, in a beauty pageant or some ceremonies. Some pro wrestlers use it a lot, especially in Japan, where they have writing in kanji, or sometimes there is hiragana or katakana. I could just say Dajigen Khaiden there or something, right? But I have to make it look more like a sash, right? I'm thinking also in VTube Studio I could just have it, depending on the price of the commission and all that. Again, getting ahead of myself a little bit, but I could have it so that it's a toggable that might look better there. But anyway, continuing here.
However, after a recent clash with the Skulls, he ceased all contact with us. To be frank, we fear the worst. In the event anything should happen to him, he prepared a final letter to be delivered to his mother. Having come this far on her behalf, I think it only appropriate you be the one to deliver it. But I think he's still alive. Tell his mother he died fighting for the freedom of Al Amigo. That his selfless sacrifice will be forever honored by soldiers and civilians alike. See, I think she's gonna think he's dead. But then we find out. Then the quest pops up. And I already know the quest is there because I wrote them down. The quest names only, but I wrote them down. But it's meant to be like a surprise that, wait. Not only is there more to this quest, there's a connection to another quest. Let's imagine something. Let's imagine we're doing every single one of these quests. All the side quests at once. We're just picking them up whenever we can. The way I would usually play MMOs if I were not focusing for MSQ for this one. Well, mostly MSQ. Like even the ones I streamed before FF14, we did it like that. And yeah, they took a long time to even get to the end of vanilla. If I even got to the end of vanilla in them. We did end up at the end of vanilla Lotro, Sotor, and ESO eventually. But it took a while for most, if not all of them. They mostly have been lost to the sands of time. They're not there in the Tajian archives, I think, but yeah. And so much of this FF14 experience has also been lost to the sands of time. It's the one to insist, though. That doesn't mean we should let the rest be undocumented and less structured. Again, going back to the structure thing, right? The way I'm presenting them on stream also follows a certain structure. So I'm not gonna do the rest of Omega until we've done certain things before that. Because I want to do it patch by patch, but not entirely super strict about it, so to speak. But yeah. Because I could be even crazier about it, like, what could be a good example of that? I could have refused to do, I think they introduced some PvP maps in one of these Stormblood patches. Oh, I could have refused to do PvP roulettes because I'm not supposed to, it wasn't released yet, that one map that can be in this roulette, but nah. Or, you know, take it to a more extreme degree. Glamour dressers, I think, got introduced in 4.2, 4.3. I could have refused to use glamour dressers until 4.2. I don't know how the hell I would have managed. But no way I'm gonna do that. No way that's gonna happen. So many of the things I've done recently have been driven by the desire for Fashion Fantasy 14 to be in my Final Fantasy 14 after all. You may argue everything I do is driven by that desire. I kind of joke about it, but part of it is not entirely a joke. Like, I need to go back and do it more off stream, but Glamour runs, man. Glamour runs of Alliance raids, even regular dungeons for that matter. So many great outfits out there, because I want to have all 5 roles. Yes, the 3 different types of DPS. But then, when it comes to appearances, to armor, to equipment, the DPS roles are further divided into 5 to make it be 7 in total. 5 DPS types, 1 healer, 1 tank. But I'm not gonna take it that far when it comes to my classes. But guess what? I have a couple mannequins in my apartment where I get to display 1 armor for each type. And what I want to do is to do an anime seasonal kind of thing where the outfit, or in this case outfits, change per season like they do in some animes. Or some series for that matter, some cartoons even. And change the outfit and make it be something related to the latest thing we've done. And thus, like, if I can use an outfit from the Return to Ivalice Alliance Raid series, let's do it. I ended up doing the Royal City of Rabanastre so often, I think I still mostly remember the mechanics. And it's great because Glamour runs, you do the same thing over and over, you learn the mechanics well. So Fashion Fantasy, yeah, you learned a lot about the game thanks to that, huh? You learned a lot about the game. And then it will be nice to have different choices of DPS as well. Still not gonna be comfortable doing new group content as healer or tank. But now it's not only Black Mage. I'll have Monk and Bard, eventually Bard, but for now we have Black Mage and Monk. At this rate, I won't have Bard caught up to level 70 by the time we start 4.3 group content, but it may still take a little moment. Depends on how hard I go with the off-stream playthroughs, let's call them. Let's continue here. This is gonna get emotional, so
I didn't roll the ads. I don't know, I have half a mind just to leave the pre-rolls on, but... Tell you what, I'll finish this quest and I'll run, let's say 90 minutes. Well, I could use a bio break right now, actually. I might roll the 3 full minutes, so yeah. We'll do it in a moment. Oh my, you're back! You were gone for so long. Did you find anything? Ah, the poor mother. This is not gonna be nice, man, but there's potentially a happy ending to this. Happier. A letter from her art. Does this mean he'll be coming home soon? I may not be able to convey the emotions well, but I'll try, kind of. No, her art. I suspected something had happened, but I didn't want to believe it. My boy was always so kind, so fierce. He was the sort of man who'd want to die fighting, with his head held high. I'm sure that's what happened. That fits the description of this bout fellow. See, he's gonna keep the masquerade for as long as he can. And that's why he keeps talking of his family being dead. It's Bout's family they were talking about, maybe? Although there was that merchant here in this village that mentioned his son, so I don't know. It will come into play, I think. At least now I know he's... Excuse me, I need a moment. We must conclude these quest lines. We must do it for sure. I'm gonna make this incoming ad break a little bit shorter, though I'll go AFK for a moment too. But yeah, since it was meant to happen at the top of the hour as well and all that, let's go for 90 seconds, alright? Get up and stretch and do the same kind of thing too. But we'll be back shortly, so stay tuned. Omatase shimashita. That's my chocobo you heard right there. That's the Giselle Green timer running out, so Cosmo had to be dismissed. I'll let him be out for a little bit until the next fight. Beretta is ready to read her son's parting words. Let's see. Sorry about before. Deep down, I always knew something had happened, but I didn't want to believe it. Let's continue right away. So yeah, we'll continue right away. Whatever he had to say must have been terribly important. Maybe it tells about how he went undercover instead. Like, I'm sorry. I thought I was ready, but I can't. Would you mind taking a look at it first? If I start tearing up again, I'll never make it to the bottom of the page. I want to see what it says. It may say that he's not dead, but... Dear Mother, if you're reading this letter, then I'm very sorry, but I won't be returning home. Please don't be mad, and don't be sad. Just know that I did what I had to do for the sake of Al Amigo. He didn't die, but he did have to kill good people as part of going undercover. I have hoped to deliver this to you in person, but I have a gift waiting for you in Alagiri, in the care of G. Dialani. Go to her, and tell her it is time to rekindle the flames of hope. She will know what to do. I pray this brings you the same happiness you brought me and so many others over the years. What did my boy have to say? Yeah, there's the connection right there. G. Dialari and like, I can't pronounce the name, but anyway. Even when he's gone, he's looking out for us. I know I've been nothing but a nuisance to you, but do you think you could go and pick up that package for me? I think you should come with me, but as soon as, G. Dialani is now together with him, so he'll probably see it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I feel like even in universe, I might be putting the pieces together, but the implication, but we can't be sure, right, that it's him. But if it's a different person, then we should just deliver it to G. Dialani like this, but yeah. Here we are. A lot of the things we did today revolved around Alagiri, like this. So let's talk to her. This will be very interesting. I mean, it's not going to lead to the quest directly because they're not going to know in which order you're going to do the quest, right? So they need to do it in a certain way, right? I may still receive the package, but let's see. I have to say this in the chat with saying, rekindle the flames of hope. Ah, yes. For our hearts and homes have been cold for far too long. I assume this was meant for some nefarious end when that soldier from the skulls gave this to me. I've always kept it close out of habit, but no one ever came to claim it. See, she's speaking as if if this is bout, the way she's speaking is weird, right? But because you may be doing them in any order, or hell, you may not even do the other quest line and never find out, so it's left like this. But then if you do them both, a new quest that connects them both unlocks, and the quest is called A Parting Gift. Both of these are related to another current quest line. Like, you want to fly around, you gotta do these quests, and chances are, you won't want to leave them in a cliffhanger like I didn't do either, right? What the hell did I do with the Heaven Sword quests? I can't even remember. I must have done them all off stream, but even like the quest lines, which I guess is a shame, but well, no point in thinking about that right now. And then there's a couple we haven't even picked up. One of them is called Mother's Boy. The first one is 100% a side quest, but it does connect to the quest lines of others. One of them connects to the Saint Seiya quest line. One of them connects to another side quest line, but it's a side quest that connects to a side quest that connects to Aether Currents. So the cousin of my cousin, I mean, that's how far I'm going with it, but it doesn't go extremely far either. It's not gonna take an eternity either. It's just 26 quests in total. What's that between friends, huh? You're all my friends, right, Taiji Gang? Or what's that between loyal followers of mine? Maybe we can say it like that. What's that between lurkers and viewers, chatters and viewers, and streamer and fans? And all right, this will be interesting. I see. So he sacrificed himself for the resistance. Please give his family my condolences. I get the feeling that he was maybe wearing a helmet and she didn't know. I don't know. It's gotta be him. It's gotta be him. It's gotta be Bout. Erard. Well, let's fly back and let's do it as before. Wait, no, we can do it from here. We can do it from here. His last words. Yeah. He's not dead. Maybe the person he impersonated was the one that died. I'm not sure. Or maybe I got it backwards. Like, he's actually the son of the merchant, but he's been impersonating the son of this woman. I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to look at this in the wiki again and maybe just put it together in more detail. Especially with how forgetful I am and yeah. You know, and this thing I did with the Star Wars journey, returning to it, after Knights of the Republic was completed, I started reading wiki entries, Wikipedia entries of the previous things that I already read before or time periods that I covered. Many comic books I read on that journey. Oh, and that started before I started streaming! That's how long ago it's been! And like, I can't even remember a lot of what they were describing there. Like, man, that sucks. But it was nice to read about it again. Lots of stuff for Dawn of the Jedi. I really hope they can cover that era sooner than later again in canon continuity. I mean, we still get Legends continuity content in the form of the Old Republic. The more they incorporate of that, the easier it will be for the MMO, but there will be limitations, right? I think they're doing it the smart way. Just doing bits, bit by bit. Already they mentioned Rakata Prime and the Rakatans and Lihon are a thing. But anyway, there you are. My nerves have had me up and walking about all over waiting for you to get back. So, did you get the package? What is this about, actually? What does the package have? Now, let's see. There are seats in here. And a note. This will be interesting. Hell, I may even let in the cliffhanger. That implies the other quest will happen, but... It says these are date palm seeds from Garlemald, and they'll grow even in soil as barren as ours. May the fruit of these trees bring you health and happiness always. Oh, that boy of mine. I have to tell the others. There's planting to be done. That boy of yours. But I don't know. Wait! It wasn't... I got it wrong then. Or did I get it wrong? Well, these are still going to connect though. Bout, who I thought he was, it wasn't him. He was not Erard. He never was. Maybe. He is actually... Who are you? Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you? Oh, this is Erard. Why you gotta make her think you're dead? It wasn't who I thought it was. They bamboozled me. Ah! They bamboozled me. They pulled a... I was gonna say a spoiler for a game where they have you think somebody you're playing is the protagonist, but then this is not the protagonist. He's the actual protagonist. Sometimes it's media that does that. There was a Digimon anime that I think had a protagonist that was very protagonist coded, but then it's not him. It's somebody else that's even more protagonist coded. Or they kind of were co-protagonists after that, but yeah. Forgive me. The names are art, though you probably already knew that. Mother always did have a gift for finding good help. Tell her you're alive. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Hopefully I can clear things up. I think it was intentionally designed so that they would bamboozle you and you would think it's the other fellow, maybe? But then he is the son of that merchant. And that infiltration did happen like that, and that's how Bout was able to get out of the... I don't know. As you likely already know, I've been working undercover in the Garland army as a member of the Skulls. I provided the resistance with intelligence and, if the situation presented itself, swayed battles in their favor. You're amazing. At the Battle of Castellum Velodina, for instance, I urged my superiors to speak with Fordola and convince her it would be in their best interest to retreat. I believe you were there as well, yes? Look at this! The way it connects to the MSQ! This is why these side quests are so important! Do I get the feeling that the other side quests that are not related to either currents at all like not even a cousin of my cousin kind of connection, probably don't have that much important thing, but they do expose more about the world and the lore, and most of them anyway. But they're always so important to do, right? I'm not changing my mind though about continuing on like this, especially at this point, of just doing MSQ, but well, not just MSQ, but we're doing a lot of other content that's not MSQ. That's not even blue in some cases, but it's still very important. Mostly in the post-patch contents, right? Where we have the raid series, Alliance raid series, stuff like that, Hildebrand. Hildebrand is completely optional, but we gotta go through that. For me, that's never gonna be optional, and I encourage you to never make it optional to go through the Hildebrand Manderville adventures. They're a transcendental experience, let me tell you that. This fellow, though, my goodness. Their art. Sadly, it was not always so easy as whispering a few choice words into the right ear. If I was to convince them of my loyalty, I had to follow all orders, no matter how horrible. I've cut down more than my fair share of friends and countrymen, convincing myself it was for the greater good, for the resistance. In a way, he has similarities with Fordola, but very different too, very different. You are a good man. I still believe that, but I know full well there are those who will never forgive the things I've done. Thought it better they believe I died in battle. And with Erard gone, it's time for me to move on. What will I do now? Well, this war is far from over, but I cannot continue my fight here. No, I will assume a new identity and find another land whose people long to be free from Garlean's grasp. This is all still happening close to the end, but it's still happening in the middle of Stormblood, right? So I wonder if this next quest, I want to check the wiki again for a parting gift. It connects the two questlines with Bout and Erard, and I still can't get over how they bamboozled me, because the other fellow had blonde hair, a scar similar to his. I think he was pretending to be him, and he was with the skulls originally, but I don't know, I'm really not sure. So much that's coincidental here. I will miss this place. Thankfully, it's in good hands now. Farewell, Khaiden. When next we meet, I look forward to fighting with you on the same side of the battlefield. I get the feeling perhaps we will allow her mother to find out. I can see why the village wouldn't forgive him exactly, but... Because that other fellow... I want to see what I can talk to him again. He mentioned the thing about his son, right? Like, Erard was aware of what his son wanted. Perhaps Bout is the son of Sagar here, but maybe not. Yeah, I'm not gonna read this dialogue, but this man. He has the same blonde hair. The same shade of blonde, that is. Well, we'll speak with Beretta. We'll speak with the mom. And then we see where we acquire this quest, and maybe from her again. I want to see what the requirements are, because this may be after completing Stormblood. You know, the quest called Stormblood, the last of 4.0 of MSQ. But let's see. You should have seen the looks on everyone's faces. They practically snatched the seeds out of my hands. If only Erard could be here to help us plant them. I have to say it. Erard is alive! Though he doesn't want me to tell you. You're absolutely right. He is alive. In our hearts and in these seats. Okay. Erard is alive. Feels like I should say with a different cadence maybe. Or anyway. You've given me so much. I wish I knew how to thank you. Tell you what. When these palms get to growing, you can have all the dates you can eat. Speaking of which, I best be going. Those seeds won't plant themselves. You take care now. You too. This next quest is called a parting gift. Shall we see if we have a parting gift? From Erard, Bout, who is it? How? They're gonna connect somehow though. They're gonna know each other. And I think Erard was pretending to be Bout or vice versa or both. I don't know. The thing about it is that it's not even gonna show as blue. It's gonna be... I don't see it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. Yeah, and it's with that guy right there. Yeah. Sagar. I kind of say like Sagat. I end up saying like Cigar. Sagar, maybe I should say. Because I do it like Sagat from Street Fighter, but without the T. But then it sounds like cigar. Sagar, let's say. Like Saga. There we go. Yeah. Bao disconnected to it. Could it be that maybe Bao... what the heck is going on, man? We have to see the conclusion to this. You see why. You see why we gotta do this. Oh, it's you. Thanks for helping with Beretta. I was actually hoping to talk to you about her. You see, she's been acting strange again. She's always been stubborn about keeping troubles to herself, but I'm sure she'd talk to you. Would you mind checking on her? Oh, the poor woman. Maybe she's realizing that somehow he's alive still. There's just too much work to go around. At this rate, it'll take at least 5 years to... Ah! Goodness, you scared me. What are you doing here? I heard you needed help again. How can I help? Worried about me, are they? I keep telling them I'm fine, but they don't listen. Since you're here, though, I could do with some help from a brave young adventurer like yourself. Oh, they're looking for somebody to trade with, maybe, and it will figure into that? Oh, no, wait. I've been meaning to thank Gidialani for holding on to those seats for us all that time. And I need someone to take me to Alagiri. She's gonna see Bout and she's gonna think it's Erard, maybe? But he's not Erard, that's the thing. This will be interesting. This will be crazy. This is gonna be crazy. To be honest, I've never traveled very far from Cold Hearth. The others could take me, but I feel much safer in the company of someone used to braving the wilds. Are you up for taking me on a little adventure? Of course. Glad to hear it. I doubt I'll be needing any bags, so let's go ahead and get going. Let's say she's holding on to me as I'm teleporting. She gets prompted to teleport, or actually no, wait. Okay, like we meet her on the way, we fight monsters to protect her maybe. I can't help but be curious about what the other quest lines are gonna be about. What was this thing here, by the way? I can fly now, let's fly close to it. What is this? Neon Crep's Hope. Like, I feel we did this in a dungeon or something, or... What is this? Neon Crep or Neon Crep? Another tough name to say for me. What is this about? It must have figured into a quest, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't think it would figure into any post-patch content, but you never know. I'll keep doing it and see. I can't wait to see the rest of Omega. It's going to be something else. I think they're going to have less of the previous Final Fantasies show up there, and it's going to be more original content. At least from what I've seen of the armor you get out of it. Passion Fantasy can tell you a lot, as I told you. Was someone Cosmo, by the way? You stay away from her. You damn stupid insects! I think I still received that AoE, that's okay. We don't want to get too far away from the area. I think it resets the encounter if you do that. Good thing I'm on Dark Knight. I don't think she actually takes damage, but better to do it this way. Don't worry, you're fine. I gotcha. Are they gone? Goodness gracious. I've heard stories of savage monsters out here, but to see them up close, I had no idea. I swear if you weren't here, I'd be telling Arar about my first and last trip to Alagiri right about now. Okay, I think I'm ready to keep going. Stay close to me. Oh, wow. Alagiri... Oh, we take the long way around because here it's actually not a straight path. Alright. Good thing we can fly and be faster. This will do. Radiata. Or is it Radiata, like radiant after all? It's harder to say, more of a mouthful, you know? So I keep saying Radiata now. Specula Imperatoris. Even from home I could always see that damn spire looming over everything. I was not going anywhere without the Garleans say so. Not that I had anywhere to go, mind. Now that I finally do though, I'm glad we're rid of them. go for a Mount Roulette here. Specula Imperatoris. Imperatoris, yeah, it doesn't work to extend the R right there. Imperatoris. That's how we say it. The names are cool though. I do love those Garlean names. Latin, fun names. Some Roman Empire analogies perhaps. Both intentional and unintentional, I would say. There's all sorts of empires, right? It's not just the Roman Empire that was super conquest heavy but yeah. I can't rightly say I've ever been so nervous walking through a big lot of nothing. I was half expecting one of them soldiers to jump out at me. And Arar was brave enough to pass through while they were still here. What was that boy thinking? In any case, we're halfway there. Hope my legs don't give out before then. I gotcha, don't worry. I'll switch to Astrologian and heal you. I'll carry you, literally, in this case. Yeah, we're not quite there yet. No point in teleporting by the time we actually get there, right? We'll just actually go there. But this is why it's so much better to do it after completing all the others. Because we could have done these 2 quests and then do this one without doing the other 2 blue either current quests. That would take much longer. I would still be able to mount up, of course, but not fly, which is faster. Only a little further and... Ah! Not again! I gotcha. What do you think you're doing, ignoble Griffin? You live up to your name, huh? Ignoble indeed. Ignoble meant something bad, right? It's not noble, it's ignoble. Kind of like famous and infamous. There you go. I'm remembering my skills, I think. Might have used the wrong one or two here. Living Dead we gotta remember when it comes up again. I'm not sure how much more adventure my heart can take. Is it always so dangerous out here? I suppose it was worth it though. You ever seen a town so beautiful? It's gonna be way more worth than you think. City's 10 times this size. How gullible do you think I am? Now let's go and see this Gidialani. Oh my gosh, she's such a country bumpkin. She doesn't even believe me when I say there's bigger than this. Oh, the poor woman. I feel kind of bad for her now. What the heck? Still, as long as it's a peaceful life for her, right? She's about to have a shock, I think. But well, how is this gonna go exactly? Because I'm really not sure. So this is her? She seems like a sweet girl. She is. Khaiden, good to see you. How is everything? The mother of that skull soldier? According to my son's letter, I have you to thank for keeping his gift safe all this time. Thought it only proper I come show my appreciation in person. Now we can finally put that barren soil of ours... Now we can finally put that barren soil of ours to some use. Think nothing of it. I'm just relieved to know it reached you safely. Bout is going to appear somewhere. Khaiden, what brings you back to Alagiri? Oh, this is gonna be something else. Oh my god. Thanks to Brazen Brook and testimony from the good people here, I was pardoned by the Alliance leaders. They still keep me under close watch, of course. Can't say that I blame them. For now, Waiteri has been gracious enough to offer me room and board. Did you marry Gitaliani? Speaking of which, we've run into something of a problem. I was hoping to get your thoughts on the matter. Alagiri was once famous for a particular type of spirit, arak. Sadly, the ingredients needed to make it have grown increasingly scarce. Okay, this is where it figures into Cold Hearth. He still looks like her son, or maybe her son, I don't know. It's weird. Stores of the stuff were promptly depleted when the Garleans took control here, but the soldiers were so taken with it, they began shipping in ingredients directly from Garlemald. Needless to say, when they left, so too did the supplies we need to make more. It would not do well for Alagiri to be without its local specialty when trade begins booming again. Yeah, it's a Cold Hearth thing. We have searched everywhere, but all of the date palms native to this area have been cut down, and the soil is unfit for replanting. Do you know of any places where this plant still grows? Yeah. Yep. Is something the matter? I can't wait to see this. They need dates for distilling spirits. Now hold on a minute. We haven't even ready plots for planting. It'll take a lot of time, and hence we don't even have. Perhaps we can make an arrangement. I'm certain the people of Alagiri would be more than willing to help in exchange for a small share of the resulting produce. Might I accompany you home to better assess your situation? Why, of course! We can use all the help we can get. I thought she might have a reaction because he fits the description of her son. You have bamboozled me again! Yoshi P is so clever. I think it was intentional. I like it. That's very clever. That's what I think it is. First the seeds and now this. You're a miracle worker if there ever was one. I won't be forgetting what you've done for us. You needn't worry, Khaiden. I will see to it no harm comes to her. Until next time. I thought for sure he would be Erard, or at least he would think he's Erard, or Erard was posing as him. I still think maybe Erard was posing as Bout, and Bout was able to get away because of that, kind of, and they both have a similar life, at least, and they both are great people. Oh, nice. My retainer completed the venture. Nice timing. And I think how Sora will complete her venture in a moment. Still amazes me how you make good of even the most dire circumstances. There's no doubt Ralgar smiles upon you. It will take a lot of work to be sure, but in a few years' time, traders from all over will be talking of the famous brew from Alagiri and Coldhearth. I better get going. We'll need to be ready when Bout returns. Take care, Khaiden. The Erard Bout Bamboozle, I love it. I wonder how many other players would think what I thought right there. Like, I think I'm far from being the only one only focusing on either current quests, but I don't think many would maybe necessarily do the quest line as well and only focus on that and ignore the other side quests for now, right? And yeah, we still have many blue quests to pick up. Let me go to an inn or something and... my apartment. I'll talk to my retainers or my apartment or outside the apartment. I don't think I'll put some things for sale, but depending on what they gave me, I'm probably just gonna throw them away or sell them, or... I mean, not put them on the board, but... Again, most of this is crafting. I could get rid of a thing or two still. What is this for? This is... I don't need this. I shouldn't throw it away. I should at least sell it to an NPC, but we need the bloody space. No, yeah. This is to be sold. What am I doing with all this? Okay, this is... yeah. If I see that I'll use this for a class I have right now, or a class I'll get for crafting, probably, and we'll leave it. Yeah, because I'm still not sure what I'm going to do with Alchemist. Let's keep the Alchemist materials. That's one of the big things keeping me from picking up too many crafting classes at once, but... Alright, let's see what you've done, my friends. Dengeki is doing Botanist Ventures. Alsor is doing Black Mage Ventures. Whoa, look at that! Oh, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that and use it as much as I can. Gridanian Sparkler. I was gonna say Spankler. Not bad, eh? Indeed, indeed. Let's see if we can improve your equipment, my dear Dengeki. No. His equipment is subpar for his level, but... Oh, wait. No, yeah, because this is for Crafter, not for Gatherer, really, but... Would it be better than what he has? No. Oh, wait. What level is he? Nice. He can wear this now. It could look better, he could look worse. We'll do the cosmetics later. At a later level. Vitality, Intelligence, Mind, Spell, Speed. Would it be beneficial to give this to him? He would lose 15 gathering, so I don't know about that, but... I don't know. I don't think so, right? Perception. Wait. No, this is level 30. And this right here. No, this is level 28. And this, I pay even less attention to this. Because you can't do recommended gear for a retainer. You gotta look at it one by one like this. Finally, once he gets to a certain level, I'll be able to read the inventory of some of these things that I've been holding on to so I can give to him, you know? Oh, yeah. Oh my god. We're going from a level 12 hatchet to a level 34 hatchet. It's long overdue. But yeah, last time I sent him on that venture, he was like level 30 or 31, so he wasn't ready for that yet. Perfect. Let's have you on another long woodland exploration. How many? Okay, 28. 28 ventures. What was the name of the currency? Ventures? I forget. Hey, go for this, my friend. I have to assign that thing. Before I talk to Aosora, I want to put this right here. Okay, nice. Yeah. Oh. Wait, what the heck is it doing to me? Oh, okay. I thought it was coming like from within me or something somehow. I'll be doing them in group content in the middle of it. That's how I've been doing this bad boy here. I only have 13 left now, I think. But it's fun to do it like in the middle of an alliance raid while we're all running and the meteor goes down. But alright. Let's talk to Aosora. What have you brought me, Aosora? She does have the fancy cosmetics, right? Level 52. I don't think there's any new cosmetics for her right now, so let's just go on the venture. Let's send you on that next field exploration. Onegaishimasu, dear Aosora. They both have a Japanese name. Dengeki Aosora. I think I would have spelled Aosora with a Z, but it didn't let me use the name. Maybe spells out something offensive in another language, or somebody was using the name, I'm not sure. Why don't we go inside my apartment? It's been a while. It's been a while. Let's do that for a moment. Here are the mannequins. This mannequin represents... Let me see. Sorry to interrupt you, Dengeki, but this one represents the scouting gear. So for Rogue Ninja Viper. Ninja Viper, really? It takes up spaces that I could be using to sell items in the boards. But that's okay. And this one represents maiming, right? Let me see. Sorry to interrupt you, Aosora. Which is for Lancer, Dragoon, Reaper. Dragoon and Reaper, you could say. Aura, female. I rolled a die to decide the race and the gender. That's what we ended up with. Mikote, female. Aura, female. Although I did... No, wait, no. I was gonna say I went for something different than my retainers, but Aosora is also a female Mikote. That's just the way it ended up. The same for these fellows here. The Mender, male Rogadin. Actually, I may need some repairs. Yes. Haven't checked the other gear that might need repairs. The estate manservant. That's the one I would sell things to. Actually, let's see. We may have a thing or two to sell. That beautiful Final Fantasy Tactics music used in the royal city of Ravanaster. I want to sell those steel rivets, but I might use them for something. Please, what is this for? Yeah, leatherworking and clothcraft. I still haven't picked up Weaver, but I will. At least I maybe should focus on only one to get to take to level 70. To do the Namasu quests when I get to them. I can do them as botanist as well, but it would be good to also get a crafter class there, just in case. I don't know. Materia melder. But yeah. Alright. So, I'm gonna go to an inn. We're actually gonna wrap it up right here, Taji Gang. I want to sleep at an inn because I want to get that experience boost for... just make sure I keep it. I think it's still active. I can see it in the bar here, but just to ensure I keep it, I'm going to go to sleep in a bed. So I can get the experience boost for Archer, which will soon be Bard. I don't know if I actually have to switch to the class to get it for that class, but let's do it for good measure. Whoa, there's some lag. I'm looking at the frames for the stream, seeing if it's reflecting on the stream right there. Not right now, it seems. We ended up only dropping a few frames. We're not done yet, though. We're about to wrap it up, but we're not done yet, so I shouldn't speak so soon. But anyway, soon enough we can add Bard to my class icon badges. I'm not gonna wear them on every single Final Fantasy XIV stream. For the Pokemon streams, I want to keep wearing them though. All the badges I've earned. Paldia is just more complex because you have more than the Pokemon League badges, right? I wonder how it's gonna be for Legend ZA. If I have like 18 different badges, I mean, it's gonna be more complex, right? How many are they in total? 8 League badges. I think it's 23 in total? No. 8 plus 5, 13 plus 5. 18? No. Yeah, 18, but... No, wait, that doesn't make sense. Because a few types repeat, right? It sounds like it's representing all 18 Pokemon types, but it doesn't work that way. Ah, yeah, because some of them are from the Elite Four. Yeah, sorry, I'm just thinking of like the type experts represented. It does represent all types in a way, actually. That was very cleverly thought, now that I think about it, because you don't earn a badge from the Elite Four, but you still get something representing that you beat something that masters that type in that region. But all right. All right. Let's see here. That's it for this week of streams. Let me move myself a little bit here like this. There we go. That is it for this week of streams, Tachi Gang. Very fun today. I'll leave it here. I could keep it going and go harder with it, but the human vessel is getting a bit hungry. And it's best if I take it easy for now. I think what we can do for next stream, to finish those quest lines, we have to finish the Saint Seiya quest line. That's the only Blue Ether current quest line, but then there's some others that connect to it. Mother's Boy may still be connected to Erard. Probably not, though. Probably not. No, from the look of it, it's not, I think. And then we have another one that starts with Fallen Friend of Mine. It connects to the whole Mother's Boy questline, which connects to the Ether current questline. And then this one connects to another questline, and it's like, I'm going way too out of my way to do them, right? But it will work out. It's connection upon connection. We just gotta do it and not keep the connection severed, you know? Because then when I eventually do these quests, it will be so long that we may not remember, though we can always get reacquainted thanks to the wiki entries, and take a look at them. It's worth doing for sure. But it's been such a great success this week coming back to streams. Hell, even with scuff going on, right? Today was really the only stream without some bad internet scuff at some point. Arguably the stream on Thursday we did everything wasn't as bad as I thought, because I think it was those kinds of frame drops or lag where it spikes up the bitrate, but because it's within, I give it a bitrate that's still within my upload speed. When it does that weird spike, it prevents the stream from lagging, from buffering on your end, or worse, I don't know. So it may not have been bad, but yeah, for the Pokemon Violet stream it disconnected for a moment, and it was still just for a moment, right? I'm hoping it's still all okay, I don't know. Again, it still gets really bad at times. Off the stream it happens too. And I'm sure it's not my PC either, because yeah, my drives are getting bloated. It's still the aftermath of the Vote Exodus. Still, some of those I downloaded, I've yet to upload again. Some of them I need to edit. And when I edit them in DaVinci Resolve, I have to make sure I export them in a way that doesn't increase their size, because each part, let's say it's a 14-hour stream, I split it into 2 7-hour parts or something. Each part ends up being longer than the original one, because I gotta take a look at like the quality settings and coding or something that spikes it up in a way I don't want it to. Like I downloaded it in maximum settings. I didn't download it in 360p or something. Twitch doesn't give you the option to do that. Would be nice if they gave you that. So that, yeah, it would have helped in the VOD Exodus for sure. As a matter of fact, there's still some that are highlights here that I haven't exported to YouTube because I just needed to get to below 100 hours. So I could still export them actually. I should still make it an occasional task. More room for highlights would be good because I'll need to do them for future long streams. So I delete them here once they're backed up on YouTube. I need to more formally announce that Tajigan Archive still. It's taking forever. And even though I haven't uploaded everything there is to upload, I can begin sorting them. I need to do playlists for not just categories like Lotro streams, right? Sotor streams, F14 streams, but also chronological order of streams. 2022 streams, 2023 streams or something like that. Because they were not uploaded in the order in which they were aired, they were live streamed. Because I needed to export them in bulk, you know, we were running out of time. Thankfully we didn't lose any of them. not so far anyway. You never know what copyright may happen in some of them. YouTube can be more strict and more chaotic than Twitch on that regard, maybe. As long as they give me a chance to mute or cut part of the video, at least, instead of a full strike that puts the channel in trouble or something. I don't know how it works, but anyway. That's why you may not see the karaoke streams be archived there, but surprisingly some of those things are able to get through. Just more might get muted, but some songs here and there are okay. Or hell, I can turn it into a cappella because then YouTube will give me the option to use whatever AI tool they use to separate the audio from the vocals, but I don't know if it would work well there. But anyway, I didn't realize I'm still in the schedule screen. Hey, just showcasing more of that new schedule created by Nikki GZ. And once again, thanking dear Ichinien for that fantastic PNGtuber version of myself. And there's the Palia badges. Had to add them right there. What the heck am I gonna do for the art for next week? Now that I have a new schedule, I'm like, I can reuse the art that I used before, but now it's on a different schedule. I don't know. I can just have a picture of myself doing something. That's why I was trying to get it fancy with the Photoshop filters, you know, in some way. But we'll see. It can reflect what we're doing next week. I mean, we have the Pokemon League. Maybe myself holding up a Pokemon League trophy somehow. If it all goes to plan, that's what we're doing Friday again. The Pokemon League, including the Elite Four and Champion, and that Champion assessment that makes me hate the hell out of Rika, from what I've seen. I may be wrong, but I don't know. Then the end of Team Star. I wish it wasn't their end. I wish it was Team Superstar instead, you know? I'm turning them from stars into superstars, damn it. With their leader and all that. And whatever happens after the Titans, all of that. And hell, the final classes and final exams. We're ending vanilla pretty much. Although, there's still a thing that happens after all those things are concluded. But I think it will be way too much for one stream, even though we do those for long as well. Oh, don't you worry, we'll go back to a 7-hour madness for NF14 fun day in the future. Just today is not that day. Also, on the week in which I'm coming back to schedule streams, you know, let me take it easy, you know? Let me take it easy right there. But alright. As for you, you don't get to take it easy. I'm gonna give you more excitement, because we're gonna raid. Stick around for the raid, Tachi Gang, and you'll get more channel points, more particles, and all that good stuff. Let me just, I always have to keep typing this manually. The subscriber version of the raid message. I think I already have my raid target in sight. So, let's drop the invasion from another dimension on Azure Novus. I can't say things. I can't say words. English is hard for a yapper, blabbermouth like me. But yeah, Azure Novus is right now streaming Honkai Star Rail. We're very well familiar with that game. I miss it. Let's live vicariously through Azure and his experience of Honkai Star Rail, alright? I'll leave you with him. I think you like his vibes too. Thank you so much for a great return week, let's call it. お疲れ様でした。